Man, we're here. We're here for the training. What's up, everyone? Sean Cannell here. I'm so fired up for this training. Hey, drop where you're watching from in the live chat. If you happen to be here on the replay, let me know in the Facebook comments down below. But man, it's crazy to see Katie here, David DB. Let's have Fife, Tiffany Martin, Tom. Man, we got Pasadena, California, Florida, Mexico with Alejandro here. Man, we got Catherine in the house, Wet Paint. Where are you watching from? Hello, Dr. Sadia. What is up? My Chair Spins. Palm Springs, California. We got Tokyo. Good to see you. Bless up, Jason. Thanks for being here. Hey, if you're watching this on the replay, it's a very limited training. And we're only leaving it up for a little less than 36 hours. And so definitely watch it as soon as possible and stick with me to the end. We've got some really cool stuff that I've never shared in a web class like this before. So get ready to take notes. But we got Massachusetts here, New Mexico. We got SoCal. We got Nourishing Noble ASMR from San Diego. Man, I love it there. Sonia and I want to retire there. We got Jill Erb, San Juan Islands, Washington. My wife and I got married on top of Mount Constitution looking over the San Juan Islands. Small world. We've been married 15 years now. We got the Philippines. Good to see you, Venture. Hey, I want to get right into this content because I've got so much value prepared for you today. And so let's do it. If we're just meeting, my name's Sean Cannell. Thanks for being here for this web class. Wrote a book called YouTube Secrets with my friend Benji Travis, the #1 best-selling YouTube strategy book in the world. And this session is about some unique strategies for making money with YouTube. Recently got that gold play button. Got to flex a little bit, come on, and have a couple different silver play buttons for different channels that we've started. And myself and the team that I work with, as well as Benji, across all of the different channels, we've grown multiple channels to over 100,000 subscribers, over 1 million subscribers, and built multiple 7-figure businesses from different monetization streams all around YouTube. And so in this session, we're going to be talking about really, how to build a YouTube business. But whether you're here live or even on the very limited replay, drop where you're watching from below. And we're going to be talking about one simple strategy that I use to turn $130 into over $13,000 with a single YouTube video. My results, my story, my journey. So get ready to take notes. In this training, I'm going to talk about how to build a YouTube business around your lifestyle, 4 different ways to make money from one YouTube video, the best video ideas and niches for making money from home, and how to get views on YouTube videos and turn those views into passive income. And then heads up, at the end of this training, I'll be sharing about a brand new course and coaching bundle. And just so you know my values and where I stand, I'm giving you a heads up right now. I'm about to break down some amazing value, tactical, strategic things you can implement for free. This is a gift web class so that you can take notes, go put these strategies into action, and go make money. And later in the presentation, I'm going to let you know actually about a crazy new coaching and course bundle we just put together. And I'm going to give you a heads up when that part starts. And if you don't want to watch that part, you can leave and you can get all the free value. You can just show up for free. But I'm so excited about that. So I'll give you a heads up a little bit later in the training when that's happening, just so there's complete, full transparency. And you know that no matter what, myself, Think Media, all the content that we put out, we just want to give massive value. And we know some people like to go to the next step and get even more value in other products and programs with us. So heads up, that's kind of the agenda for today, but you're going to be blown away with the training that we have. So get ready to take notes, and I encourage you, turn off distractions, like block time to watch this whole training. So we need like an hour. So I'm going to break this down brick by brick and reveal these 3 secrets that changed everything for me for making big money on YouTube. But again, if we're just meeting, I'm on a mission with the Think Media team to help people build their influence with online video and social media. In fact, our goal is to help 10,000 people create a full-time living doing what they love while making a difference in the world with YouTube and online video. We're well over 50 people now, like verified, that have completely built, like retired, left their job, And we've had hundreds that have making 5 figures a month, which means like 5, 10, 15,000, and a lot of business owners that have bolted on YouTube. One of the real estate agents that is a part of some of our stuff just closed $150,000 in business. So there's a lot of different expressions in terms of how people are fulfilling that mission, but that's our mission because we believe YouTube is the best place and online video is the future right now. Again, if we're just meeting, I've been blessed to be able to be featured in Forbes and Success, YouTuber Magazine, and speak at a lot of the industry events, of course, before the lockdown. Let me know, like, have you been locked down? Where are you locked down in the world? Are they softening the restrictions? My whole schedule got canceled this year. I was booked for a whole list of events, probably over 10, but we do have a baby on the way, my wife and I, so it's actually kind of a blessing to be stuck at home. And look at this, like the fact that we can do this, like get online, get on video and connect like this is so powerful. And so, anyways, over in the past, I've been able to speak on stages, and I'm sure in the future when those open up again. And we've had the privilege of working with Canon and DJI and vidIQ and a lot of different brands in the industry, and also been able to work with and interview some of the top industry leaders when it comes to online video, social media, digital marketing, whether that's a Grant Cardone, Chalene Johnson, Gary Vaynerchuk, a Brennan Burchard, Lewis Howes, and just different people in the industry. Of course, YouTube secrets. And I share all this because I've done a lot of things right, but I've also done a lot of things wrong, right? You know all about that. Like over the years, I've made a ton of mistakes. And so the point of this training is that after doing this for well over 10 years now, I've learned how to create high profit YouTube videos. I've learned the best types of videos that make money on YouTube. I've learned how to create passive income and financial freedom. And I've discovered this the hard way. So the point of this training is that you get to cheat and get this the easy way. Does that sound good? Are you cool with that? And let me just check in and let me know if you would like some shortcuts. Just type shortcut in the chat or type all in if you were part of the YouTube Influence Challenge, because that's what this is about. You know, our passion is to help you go further, faster. We don't believe in any kind of like overnight fake, weird, get rich quick stuff. That stuff doesn't exist, but we do believe in acceleration. So I see Wendy and Justin, man, oh, this chat's going so fast. So it's great to see everybody. Come on, we're all in. Let's get that shortcut. Let's compress decades into days and really shorten our learning curve. And so I want to kind of just give you a little backstory though, quickly, because I went all in on YouTube during the hardest season of my life. And for me, really when I leaned into YouTube and started looking for ways to make passive income, make money online, was the year that my wife, Sonia, almost died. Now, crazy year, 2009. My wife, Sonia, had a chronic illness starting back. We got married at 21. Super young kids, grew up in like Arlington, Washington, an hour north of Seattle, Marysville, Washington. And we got married super young because we're kind of like conservative church kids. And so we just wanted to have sex. You know, can I say that? I mean, that's if I'm being honest. And so we got married at 21. And just 2 years later, she went on a trip to the Philippines and got super sick. And for years, we didn't know what she was going through. Like she's thrown up multiple times a day. Doctors at these like more rural type hospitals were like, why don't you eat a burger? Stop being bulimic, stop being anorexic. And if you have ever been misunderstood or had a family member that's had illness or chronic illness, you could probably relate to being so frustrated with doctors and, you know, the medical community at times. And massive respect to doctors and nurses, especially during such a hard time in the world. We need to honor our frontline workers. But it was so frustrating during those times because I'm like, we weren't getting answers. And eventually, my wife Sonia dropped to 82 pounds. So that was
on
a
your way,
picture of a
Bodats.
feeding
Welcome.
tube in her nose because they were so worried about her weight. But eventually, they put that feeding tube, jejunum, into her stomach, and they placed it wrong. And so what that meant was when we came home and started doing the food, it started to fill up her body cavity instead of going into her stomach, which will suffocate your organs and kill you quick. And so I threw Sonia into our Honda Civic and we rushed to Everett Hospital. And they got her stabilized. And then I followed an ambulance with like sirens blaring, going down to Seattle, Washington to Virginia Mason. And I found myself in the hospital with her for 6 days. What I haven't told you yet is that during that exact same time, 2009, we were going through a major recession. And it kind of reminds me of right now, because there was the big short, the housing crisis had happened. We had some people telling us, invest in real estate. They're giving out loans. So we had 2 houses, tenants in one. They lost their job. They weren't paying. So that house is defaulting. We can't float it because my wife actually originally was working 3 jobs while I was working at a church, and either for free or eventually quarter time and not making very much. I was volunteering my time, waiting tables at Red Robin, trying to get my video business going. And so her income stopped flowing in. We were living in a house with another family eating top ramen because we thought it would be an investment. And that house, we couldn't make the payments there. And on top of that, the church we were at started to fall apart as well. So 2009 was the year of absolute hell in our lives. In fact, it was a season before and after that. And, you know, before we get into this YouTube training, I just want to encourage you, you might be going through hell right now. And if you are, here's a tip, keep going. I don't know if you've ever heard that. Like, if you're going through hell, keep going. Like, don't stop. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, it's like, though I walk through the valley, I don't like camp in the valley. I got to keep moving. And so that's what we did. But with 6 days by my wife's side, we're like 25 now. And so you feel invincible when you're 21, 23. You think like, you know, nothing like that would ever happen to us, but it changes your whole perspective. It shifts your whole perspective, and it makes you think about what matters most in life. And it was a whole nother level of fire and motivation for me to figure out how to work from home. Not because I wanted to be famous or get a bunch of followers. And I love social media for that fact. We're living in an era where we can influence and impact people. But it was because I wanted to provide for my family. I wanted to, whether it was medical bills and all those types of things. This is when I discovered YouTube. And when I actually made the decision, and for those that were in the YouTube Influence Challenge, we know about that commitment switch. When we commit to going all in, that decision to say, man, I will until I'm going to figure this thing out. And I committed in that hospital room because I was like, okay, I've been doing YouTube. I started, the first YouTube channel I ever started was in 2007 for my church, 2 years earlier. No clue of how to do anything. Thumbnails, video, didn't know how to do it, but I was uploading stuff. I started to discover different ways of making money online. And I thought, man, this is the future. Now, 10 years later, that's why we just did a challenge. That's why we're doing this training, is because now more than ever before, it is clear and obvious that video is the future, that live streaming, that just like this and USB mics and cameras, like this is where everything's going. And even as like the lockdown softens and then starts again, and we're living in a whole new paradigm of what life looks like, it has never been more important than ever before to figure out video, to figure out live streaming, to figure out e-commerce or making money online or affiliate marketing, to figure out YouTube, to figure out multiple streams of income, to figure out how to reach people, to figure out how to distribute your message, to figure out, you know, my background's church. Churches are all online now. Like, it's crazy. They never would have thought, but then you get forced into this situation. But what we do know, Heather on the Think Media team was just posting about what it's going to look like for kids to go back to school. And she already homeschools, but like, it's just crazy kind of the world we're living in. And more than ever before, I'm convinced that these are the most essential skills in society, is learning video, learning YouTube, and learning these types of things. This for me was when I went all in on YouTube. And what I discovered was a game-changing discovery of using YouTube and pairing it with affiliate marketing. Now, if you've been a part of any of my training before, you've heard about this, but I'm going to be going into strategies I've never talked about in this video, so stick with me. But here's what I did. This is now 2010, and I just started messy. And this is what I mean. You might be like, okay, well, you know, maybe you just were born and all of a sudden you could communicate. You were born, you knew how to use a camera. You were born, and that's not true about anybody. Like, I just had to start messy, punch fear in the face, punch perfectionism in the face, and press record. And the results were not pretty. So let me just show you a little clip of my first video here.
All right, so this is, I guess, the first Sean Thinks vlog. And I'm going to try to vlog every single day, mainly so I can remember what I'm even doing and what's going on, because I just feel like I have a lot that I'm thinking about, and I figured, hey, why not share it? And if you find something interesting, that's awesome. Now, this is definitely as real as it gets, so I'm not going to try to be energetic or entertaining, though maybe sometimes I will. But anyways,
You got to start messy, man. I mean, that's about as messy as you can start. And a couple, free YouTube tips, even before we get into it. Being energetic, actually a good idea. Being entertaining, worth shooting for. Setting up your background, also maybe worth
But
doing.
anyways,
Like, I don't know what I was thinking with the white sheet, that was down behind me or whatever. I don't know why I didn't put that up. I don't know what was really going on there, but I want to encourage you, if you feel like you're just starting and you're starting messy, I'm about to show you some crazy results in this video, but it's been a journey, and this training is so you could get the shortcut, right? You can go faster on your journey. And so what we did was we started to do weird experiments, or I did, and I started to shoot these videos. And this is one of the first ones. I did a video called Gift Ideas for Him. And I put it out on YouTube. I went around the house because I was learning about YouTube and affiliate marketing. And so if I would grab like some sunglasses, literally this is what I did, and like grab like a succulent, not really, but this is what's close to me. And I was like, hey, here's some gift ideas for like people in your life. If you want to check these out, there's a link in the description below. And if people click that link, I'd make a small commission off of that sale. That's what affiliate marketing is. And what is powerful about that, and this is a tip to write down, you want to be creating videos that people are watching with the intent to make a purchase. It's pretty profound. I'm a vlogger. I'm not able to make money off affiliate marketing. Okay, well, that's maybe because when you watch a vlog, the intent is not to make a purchase. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be a vlogger. It just means what I started to realize was, wait a minute, okay, YouTube affiliate marketing, if it's a gift ideas for him video, then people are probably looking for gift ideas. They're probably about to make a purchase. So I'm kind of figuring this stuff out. I'm doing these weird experiments, and I will never forget 2010 now, my first ever affiliate payment from Amazon.com. This will blow your mind. The promise in the title of this web class. Get ready, hold on to your coffee and your water and your dog. I made $2.12, that first ever check. Thanks for checking out the web class. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming. There's all your, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, I thought you were going to say how you did 13,000. We'll get to that. Don't despise small beginnings, because this was the first ever actual income I made from Amazon. I don't even think they'll pay you that. You have to like hit a certain threshold before they'll even send you the money, like $100. And so but I will never forget that, because what happened was I started to be like, wait a minute, if I could do $2.12, and actually let me know, have you already started making money online? Have you already started a YouTube channel? Because if you've made $1 online, it's a signal and a sign. When I made $2.12, I lost my mind. I was like, that's $2.12 more than my neighbors made. That's $2.12 more than my lazy cousin has ever made online. He doesn't even make money working because he doesn't work. That's money. I need to like figure out how to do this. And if I could build this up, from here. And so, SoCal Gal says, wow, 212, big spender. Yeah, it's not going to really pay rent. But like Jennifer's made a couple bucks. Elba's made some money. Let me see here. If you guys have made some money, I've even made 825 as an online speaking coach. Wendy says Bridget's made 25 to 50. So what I love about that is when you see that 25 to 50, Bridget, you think, okay, how do I turn that into 500 and then into 5,000? Because what I love about this is it's proof of concept. It's a matter of unlocking it and figuring out how to make more. And then, I see people, Stephanie's like, I haven't made money yet. Great. That's what we're watching this web class for, because I'm going to show you the shortest path to doing that. And so let's keep going. So I was like, okay, wait a minute. Let me figure this thing out. And here's a power question to write down. I then asked, okay, well, what skills do I need to survive and thrive in this new economy? Because I'm sitting in that hospital room, I get a clear vision, but I don't have the necessary skills. I start realizing I got a trickle of money, but I'm like, okay, I need to sharpen the saw. I need to actually figure out like, okay, so how do you make more money with affiliate marketing? What videos should I actually be making? How could I get more views on those videos? How could I actually get people to click the affiliate links? Like actual skills. How could I make better videos that engage people? How could I get people to take action? Like a million questions. Ask yourself and write the question down. What skills do I need to survive and thrive in the new economy? In the new economy, everything's changing. This is the new economy where these types of skills, I believe, affiliate marketing, digital marketing. By the way, not only to do this personally, Do you know like every business right now wants to hire like social media managers and people that can help them with YouTube and everything else? These are the skills of the future and right now. Period. Like everyone's like DTC, direct to consumer brands, need help with Instagram, digital marketing, YouTube, getting their message out, Facebook, like all of these types of digital marketing skills because they're locked down. They're trying to move online. So for me, I went all in. I dove deep into the trenches to master everything I could about working online from home, everything about YouTube. I started to post a lot of videos as practice, testing, experimenting. And then I started to invest in myself. I mean, I was going to every conference I could, buying every online course I could about this, listening to podcasts, listening to books, probably a lot like you. I mean, you're watching a web class. I could tell lifelong leaders or lifelong learners, you're not afraid to invest in yourself. And so I started to go, literally everything I could get. And I found that a lot of the information out there wasn't actually that great. Even information I paid a lot of money for. But I started to test, experiment, and started to get momentum and get results. But here's the thing. I really did it the hard way because I didn't know how to find the best products that earn money back then. And I didn't know how to get the views and growth on YouTube. And I was exhausted and overworked for the results that I was getting at the time. So I wasn't even making enough to pay rent. And you could probably relate to that, especially when you start something new. You start a new YouTube business. You start a new YouTube endeavor. But let's get into it. Do you want the fastest way to make significant income online with simple YouTube videos? Type yes if I can go into this next because I look back. This is what I would have done different. That's what this web class is about. This is how I would have pivoted. This is how I would have not wasted a ton of time. And PNW says, yes, Heather, good to see you. Bridget, lots of yeses. Awesome, Patty, good to see you. Dyra, Sarah. Okay, so really get ready to take notes because we're going to start breaking down these strategies. Now, this is the video that we're going to look at as a case study. And this particular video, I'll show you this, we'll come back to it, has made $643 in ad revenue. All right. But remember we talked about YouTube and affiliate marketing? This video has made so far, including December when it came out, a little over $7,000 in affiliate marketing revenue. This one video. So one video I posted, and I'm going to explain step by step what I did to this video. And first of all, I need to say that these results are not typical. In this training, I'm going to walk you through specific promotions and systems that are earning huge sales numbers right now, but my results are certainly not typical, and the average person who attends any training gets zero results because I don't know if you're going to take action or you're going to implement this. However, I'm happy to show you exactly what's working for me for free. This is not for get rich quick people. Again, that's our DNA. That's our vibe here. We believe in hard work and smart work with the right strategies. So I got 3 secrets for you, how I use one simple YouTube strategy to turn $130 into $13,000. And here's the big idea. I create search-based niche videos around proven and profitable topics. This is a deep statement. You'll want to write this down. The videos are search-based, means people are actually looking for them. They're specific, they're in a specific niche. And huge key, like circle, and for you that with the color pencils and the highlighters that are like my, cartoon drawing note takers, circle around that proven and profitable topics. Okay? Write that down. I'm going to go on to the next slide. This is the big idea, and I'm going to explain my journey in learning this. Secret number 1, I can make more money from one strategic YouTube video than I can from 100 videos that are not strategic. Big aha. Because a lot of people put out a lot of videos, and that's good for practice. It's also good for building brand. This web class, let's just clear it up. We're going to talk about money. I hope you're okay talking about money. Am I saying life's all about money? Of course not. I'm saying this web class is about money. It was the promise of the web class. It's titled How to Make Money on YouTube. So I hope you're okay. In fact, let me know if you're okay with talking about money. You might as well jump off right now if you're not. I'm not saying these are the only kind of videos you're going to create. I'm saying this is how to make profitable videos you should be thinking, how will the video actually profit? Make sense? So I can make more money from one strategic YouTube video than I can from 100 videos that are not strategic. All right, so I started my channel, Sean Cannell, and I'm posting videos. I'm vlogging. I'm not saying you should have vlog. I'm just saying that maybe you might not get to the profit goals you want to get to as quick as you think. Maybe ever, because it's a hard industry to crack into, but there's other ways. So I started to, this is where I'm spending my energy. I want to see this. I'm shooting videos every day. I'm editing these videos every day. I have a full-time job and they're fun, but I mean, they're getting some decent views. I mean, 7,000 views, like pretty decent. I'm not making like any money, like in terms of profit. Do you follow me? Okay. I'm putting like weird stuff out with my dogs. I think it's cute. You know, my dogs, Sophie and Rosie, we're going on like trips and we kind of like want to document our life. We want to, we want to be vloggers or and we want to, make money as influencers. That's cool to a point, but that's not the most predictable and proven profitable path. Let's take it back to the big idea. I create search-based niche videos around proven and profitable topics. And type yes if you're saying, yeah, I would like this to retire me. I'd like this to work for my business. I'd like this to be what I can do full time. Just type yes, because that's the pivot. Again, eventually you reach financial freedom. You can make whatever video you want about whatever you want. Eventually you reach subscribers. You can talk to them about whatever you want. But if you want to reach the shortest path to financial freedom, this would be the goal, right? Eventually I get a little bit smarter and I start doing some specific videos like Verismo Pods Cheap. And I'm talking about coffee pods. This is what's so powerful is you can make money from almost anything online. So I discover that I actually get a gift from the pastors at our church that are like, hey, you want a coffee maker? I'm like, thanks. So then we start trying to buy the pods for this, Verismo coffee maker, and we're not making that much money. And these pods cost like as much as a Starbucks cup of coffee. I'm like, this is ridiculous. And then go over to another friend's house. They have the same coffee maker. Open up their drawer. Can I make some coffee? What are these pods? CBTL, which is coffee bean tea leaf. And I'm like, okay. These work in that? They're like, yeah, they fit. I'm like, where do you get these? She goes, coffee bean tea leaf online. My friend Rachel. And then I go, I wonder if Amazon has them, because I know about affiliate marketing and I'm already making like 50, 80 bucks a month, like, which is dope. Like, can I get like let's make 80 bucks a month? Like, this is good. I'm just helping you get there even faster. So I'm like, okay, let's see if these are on Amazon. They are. I'm like, I'm gonna make a video. Let's see if search-based topics are looking for these types of pods. And so what people were looking for, how do I get Verismo pods cheap? And they were looking for, do CBTL pods work in a Starbucks Verismo? My friends, 145,000 people have watched this flipping video. It's crazy. And I do still sell coffee. Yeah. Hey. Man, we're here. We're here for the training. What's up, everyone? Sean Cannell here. I'm so fired up for this training. Hey, drop where you're watching from in the live chat. If you happen to be here on the replay, let me know in the Facebook comments down below. But man, it's crazy to see Katie here, David DB. Let's have Fife, Tiffany, Martin, Tom. Man, we got Pasadena, California, Florida, Mexico with Alejandro here. Man, we got Catherine in the house, Wet Paint. Where are you watching from? Hello, Dr. Sadia. What is up? My Chair Spins. Palm Springs, California. We got Tokyo. Good to see you. Bless up, Jason. Thanks for being here.
Can I just really say
if you're
welcome
watching
to
this
everybody
on the replays,
with
it's
my
very
audio
limited
off? I
training.
apologize.
We're only leaving it up for a little less than 36 hours.
There we go.
And so definitely watch it as soon as possible and stick with me to
Just
the end.
setting
We've got
up.
some
I'll be
really
with
cool
you guys
stuff
in
that I've
about
never shared in a
5
web
minutes,
class
and we'll
like this
start our
before.
training in about
So
10
get ready
minutes.
to take notes. But we got
Wonder Woman,
Massachusetts
sorry I
here,
missed
New
you
Mexico.
yesterday.
We
I
got
apologize.
SoCal.
I had a
We
window on
got
top of you when
Nourishing
you came
Yoga
in, and I didn't
ASMR
see it
from
for a
San
couple
Diego.
minutes.
Man, I love it there.
By the time I got back to you, you're gone. So my apologies
We got
for
Jill
yesterday.
San Juan
Listen, we're
Island,
starting
Washington.
shortly. If you
My wife
haven't
and I
already,
got married on top of Mount
please
Constitution,
hit that
looking
subscribe button. I
over
think I know
San
you
Juan
guys.
Islands.
Don't think you need
Small
to. If you
world.
haven't, hit the subscribe
We've been
button.
married 15
And,
years now. We got the Philippines.
I actually
You can
added
see
that so I can
adventure.
pull it up
I want to
on
get
command
right
like
into this
this.
content because I've
Bam.
got so much value prepared
That should've
for you
worked. It
today.
did. Oh, I'm not live.
And
That's
so
why.
let's do it. If we're just meeting, my name's Sean Cannell. Thanks for
I'm
being
not
here for
live.
this
I
web
hate
class.
this thing. I'm working
Wrote a
on it.
book
There we
called
go.
YouTube Secrets
Now I'm live.
with my friend Benji Travis, the #1 best-selling YouTube
Now
strategist
you get
in the
my
world. And this
subscribe
session
window.
is about some unique
Put my
strategies
finger
for
up.
making
Bam.
money with YouTube.
So welcome,
recently got
everybody.
that little play button. Got to flex
Starting
it.
up
Come
here
on.
in just
And have a
a
couple
few
different
minutes and let
silver
you
play
guys
buttons
watch
for
this
different
guy a little
channels
bit, and then we're going to
that we've
start
started.
a video
And
to
myself
talk
and
about
the
some
team that I work with, as well as
coaching,
Benji,
training,
across all of
analytics,
the
everything
different
else.
channels.
Everything I'm going to
We've
do
grown
is
multiple
going to be
channels to
in
over
the
100,000 subscribers, over 1 million subscribers.
description
Built,
section down
multiple
below, so
seven-figure
you can
businesses
find
from different monetization streams all
some
around YouTube.
tips
So
and
in
tricks,
this session, we're going to be
handouts.
talking
Actually,
about
that's not
really,
true.
how to
I'll
build
talk
a
about that in a minute.
YouTube business.
You can find
But
a
whether
vidIQ
you're here
link
live
down
or
there you
even
might
on the
want to look at,
very limited
and,
replay, drop where you're
I
watching
have some
from
handouts
below,
that if you
and
message
we're going to
me
be
on
talking about
Facebook,
one
and there's
simple
a link for
strategy that I
that.
use to
I
turn
will get some
$130
handouts
into
to you
over
that will help you build your
$13,000
channel,
with a single
get started right,
YouTube
about 50
video.
ideas, 50
My results, my
technically,
story,
on
my
YouTube video
journey.
creation.
So get ready to take
we'll
notes.
talk about
In this
some
training, I'm going to talk about how to
tons
build a
of stuff,
YouTube business around your
from
lifestyle,
vidIQ,
4 different
analytics,
ways to
everything
make
else, and
money
we'll watch a,
from one
training
YouTube
video from this
video,
guy,
the best
Sean,
video
so I'll
ideas and
stop
niches for
talking and
making
get
money from
finished setting
home,
up. I'll be
and
right
how to
back.
get views on YouTube videos and turn those views into passive income. And then heads up, at the end of this training, I'll be sharing about a brand new course and coaching bundle. And just so you know my values and where I stand, I'm giving you a heads up right now. I'm about to break down some amazing value, tactical, strategic things you can implement for free. This is a gift web class so that you can take notes, go put these strategies into action, and go make money. And later in the presentation, I'm going to let you know actually about the crazy new coaching and course bundle we just put together. And I'm going to give you a heads up when that part starts. And if you don't want to watch that part, you can leave. And you can get all the free value. You can just show up for free. But I'm so excited about that. So I'll give you a heads up a little bit later in the training when that's happening, just so there's complete, full transparency. And you know that no matter what, myself, Think Media, all the content that we put out, we just want to give massive value. And we know some people like to go to the next step and get even more value in other products and programs with us. So heads up, that's kind of the agenda for today, but you're going to be blown away with the training that we have. So get ready to take notes, and I encourage you to turn off distractions, like block time to watch this whole training. So we need like an hour. So I'm going to break this down brick by brick and reveal these 3 secrets that changed everything for me for making big money on YouTube. But again, if we're just meeting, I'm on a mission with the Think Media team to help people build their influence with online video and social media. In fact, our goal is to help
drop your link
10,000
if you
people
haven't
create
already.
a
Feel
full-time
free
living,
to.
doing what they love while
grow.
making a difference in the world with YouTube and online video. We're well over 50 people now, like verified, that have completely built, like retired, left their jobs, and we've had hundreds that have making 5 figures a month, which means like 5, 10, 15,000, and a lot of business owners that have bolted on YouTube. One of the real estate agents that is a part of some of our stuff just closed $150,000 in business. So there's a lot of different expressions in terms of how people are fulfilling that mission, but that's our mission because we believe YouTube is the best place and online video is the future right now. Again, if we're just meeting, I've been blessed to be able to be featured.
Ree's Life. Did I just do that to you? Did I just kill you guys? I think I did. I had the wrong one on. Sorry about that. That's okay. And Ree's Life, welcome. I'm going to go live right about now. Funk Show, brother. Ree's Live, welcome. Type a message. I'll get you a jacket. We have a training starting up here in about 5 minutes. Feel free to fish, invite viewers, but we're going to look at some analytic tools that we can use, like vidIQ. There's a link down there. There's a link in the description below for that. You can get this for free, at least for 30 days. And I'm not trying to sell it, but it is an awesome tool, and we'll talk about how you can use that to help grow your channel. We will look at channels and do those in depth and kind of look at what we can do there. And I'll share anything I have on my screen. I can go big screen if you need to, so on and so forth. But we'll be starting up a training session in about 5 minutes. Let's just let some people gather. And welcome. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel. And I know you have. So if you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel, and we will get started here momentarily. If you guys can, just let me know in the comments if you're or in the chat if you are here for training or just here for fishing. And it's okay if you're here to fish, that's fine too. But if you're here for training, let me know so I know who I'm dealing with. And welcome, everybody. Good morning. Well, sorry. Good morning here in the United States. It's actually afternoon in the United States. It's midnight in the Philippines, if that's where you're calling from. All right, so all this stuff is set and ready to launch on time. Dengs, if you're still there, drop your link. And who's my last? Real. I'm going to pull that up over here. Jonathan Santigue, where are you at? Jonathan Santigue. Red's edit, I saw another one too. Jonathan Santigue. Just typing over here in a second. Right there. And one more. And I'm going to mute you just in case. I can leave it like that. And delete that because I don't need it anymore. Oh my God. I'm going to test myself out to make sure I'm working. Test 1, 2. Dork, you hear yourself? was not the right answer. Test, test, test. Bodats, welcome back. I'm just testing myself on another screen to make sure everything's working. I don't have any problems. Bodats, welcome, 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 welcome. Back to YouTube. I got everything ready to go and waiting for some people to show up. But if you guys can, in the comments, in the chat window, let me know if you guys are here for just fishing, which is fine, or you're actually here for the training, because we got some stuff to cover today and I just want to know who I got. It's all good. And those of you that are here for the training, we'll have some screen shares that we can do. I can pull up some analytics. Whoops, wrong button. I'm good, Bodats. Mr. Ka, where are you calling from? I need to turn that thing off. Sorry, I didn't mean that to pop up on you like that. Is that going to happen again? No, no, no. I got to make sure you're turned off on every screen. Hang on a second. I want to turn that little thing off on every screen. Where are you calling from, Bodats? Calling from. Make it sound like a talk show. Off. Video share host. Should not be on there. Off. Off. I'll leave that one on. It's all good. I'm going to add that right there though. Copy. Kamusta from the Philippines, midnight. So are you here for a training class or just for fishing? And it's okay. I hope you're here for the training, but it's okay if you're here for fishing. So let's see if that works. I can't really test that here though. I'll have to test that later. And actually, you know what? I'm going to switch screens for 1 second. I just want to test something. So it's going to say starting soon. I'm not really starting soon. I'm just going to go back to a screen to test something. So stand by. Boom. Okay. That was what I wanted to see. Okay, it worked. I just wanted to see that work or not. So back to you. Make sure it's turned off. And back to me. Ah! Back to me. There we go. Both is good. Both is good, Bodats. And I hope we get some people here. There's still not as many people as I'd like. Obviously, I'm speaking English. The guy who I'm going to have help us with some coaching is a video program that I paid quite a bit of money for. And he's speaking in English, so it goes a little bit fast. I try to slow my voice down, but I'll do the best I can in Tagalog, but it's going to be ugly. But yeah, so shout out to you. I think we're already friends, but if not, drop your link and I'll double check just to make sure. Or I can do it over here, actually. Bodats. I think we met in Panay's Supermom's room, I believe. But yes, I absolutely have you. 1.35. Hey, guess what? We are next door neighbors. I'm 1.35 also. So 1.35, you got 46 videos. I got about 37. And let's pull you up. Let's take a look. I'm going to bring you on here real quick. I'll do the big one. So, YouTube. Live chat. I'll make sure both these say that. I'll make sure both these say the same thing. Live chat. Live chat gets me in trouble. All right. So back to you, Bodats. So yeah, we're both 1.35. Good job. Congratulations. Just a little bit of analytics stuff here. Let's take a peek. And I might want to put this in the other window. I was going to experiment with this today and I didn't get there yet. Highest number of views, 1294. Fishing. Average views, 163. Subscribers, 1350. Added last 7 days. I don't know what those are actually. Average age, 15 days. I imagine that's your video age. We have to look at that. Overall score very high. I've never looked at this on my own screen. This is good. Related opportunities. I gotta go through some data on this stuff. I'll take a peek at that. Let me zoom this guy back out just a little bit. I'm gonna get rid of this to make your window a little bit bigger. And let's take a look at your videos. I'm gonna go into your channel, if you're cool with that. So Facebook link in there, YouTube link in there, but not linkable. So I can't click on these things. I have to, and I can't even copy paste, right? So I'd have to actually type that stuff in. So Bodats, if you're here, what I'd recommend you do is go into your channel and edit this, and you can turn those into little links. So let me do mine. So you can turn those into physical links like this. So subscribe today for YouTube, Facebook. So this will dump me right into my Facebook channel if I wanted to, which I will. Go ahead. So that takes me right to my Facebook channel. So you can turn those into editable links. So I got YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok, and I don't use TikTok yet. I think I might have done one thing just to see if it works or something, maybe not. But you can add those links right there on your channel, and if you want to look at how to do that, we can. It's been a while since I did it, but we can figure it out and take a peek. As far as videos go, live streaming too. Man, you and I are in tune with one another. I'm on my 8th live stream, 8.1 actually. See, man, you're my brother. I did 8.1 today because my first one, I had a problem. I had to go back and fix it. So I actually have an 8 and an 8.1, and so do you. This is so funny. My brother from another mother. But we can look at that. We'll look at your channel a little bit if you want. Let's go back to your home page. All right, so a couple of things I would change here is get rid of this dead space at the bottom. And I think I'm going to try to switch these screens. So bear with me, guys. I'm going to move the screen that I look at to the right and your screens to the left. Because I think that's going to give me a mouse that I can wiggle around and stuff, which I don't currently have. So now if I go on to there, let's see what happens. And now I'm oversized. So there's definitely a different resolution between these two screens. I can fix that. Hang on. Chrome display. Chrome window. I'm going to split host Chrome window. That's all good. I'm just resizing this because it looked horrible. I probably should have done this behind the scenes, not make you guys watch it, sorry. Alright, so there we go. And let's drag this as big as we can get out of it. Split one. And split two. Boy, I hope I like this because I'm going to change it all again if I don't. I really should have tested that mouse function because that's what I'm doing this all for, so you can see the mouse. Let's look at that real fast. Other than that, this might hurt my neck. So if I bring my mouse up now, and I go around bow dots, I cannot see the mouse. I wonder why that is. If I can't see the mouse, I don't like doing this. Yep, I don't want to do it this way because it's going to make me look over there all day long. That is so bizarre. Alright, I'm going to bring it back the way I had it set up before.
Oh no!
Whoa, what the heck happened there?
Oh no!
Wow. Hey guys, I gotta fix this. I'll be right back.
No, 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 no.
Oh, I messed that all up. I need to restart. Unbelievable.
Oh no! Oh no!
We're good. I got it. Remind me. Remember? There's switch monitors during a live stream. That was a mistake. Alright, so let me fix your window right here. Something like that. And split two. Something like that. Chrome.
Thank you, boy. Salon pa sa Oh my God, dear. Guy, maraming salamat. Copyright tayo ka.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, I'm back. I think I got everything where it's supposed to be.
Sino?
Yeah, so changing the display resolution
RB2?
change messed
RB2 ka guwapa.
Of all
RB2
of
ka
the
guwapa. Ibigyan kita ng
layout
jacket.
settings.
Inday, ha? RB2.
when I brought it back.
RB2. Kinsa man ang RB2.
What are you live streaming with? I gotta fix one more window, which I'm gonna do it behind the scenes. So my video share host playback control is good. My video share host is just turned off, and that one's good. Okay, we're good. They're all fixed. Live and back.
Fauci Corporate, I am Fauci Card. Thank you, Fauci, for your support. Thank you, guys. Guys, Fauci Card is a ninja.
Let's go back to your channel since we got off of that too. I am using Streamlabs. Definitely by far. Tita June, welcome. Thank you. You already have a jacket. Drop your link. Bodats is here. I think we're expecting a few more people and we'll get started. Bodats and I were just talking about live streaming software. And Bodats, are you using Streamlabs? Because I'm having a problem with this tool. It is awesome, but I am having a little bit of difficulty with this cool little tool. So if you're using it, maybe it'll make sense to you. But they have a, it's called Streamlabs Deck. And I have that on my iPad. So you can do all your scene switching. And I put overlays in and stuff like that. So I can do like a subscribe overlay. Just like that, it pops up. Does its thing and goes away. Go away. I can switch screens, so zoom. Lay your splits down, so split 1, split 2, stream share, or I'm sorry, screen share, my screen, blah, blah, blah. So I can move all the things around. And I think it's actually pretty cool, except it takes me like 30 minutes to figure out how to get to work. Every time I start it up, it's doing something funky. You go to YouTube Live Dash. I don't think I've done. I think maybe the first one I did was YouTube Live. They were all disaster the first time. Then I tried. That's not true. I don't think I ever did that. I think I went to stage 10 first, and that was okay. But it had some connectivity issues. I was also downstairs, which doesn't have the best internet signal. I got a lot of brick. I'm below ground. Yeah, this Streamlabs thing is awesome. I wanted to be able to do overlays, so the overlay thing was important to me. So you can invite people to subscribe without constantly asking them stuff like that. I can turn things. So once everything is up, all these white things are what's actually in use. If somebody subscribes to your channel, on my screen I'll see it, you won't, but it'll actually say when somebody subscribes. I can turn off my name, turn it back on, turn off the company logo. I built all that stuff. Turn off the viewer count. Maybe I should since there's nobody here. You can turn on and off your webcam. So my webcam, bye-bye. All that kind of stuff. So once you're in each scene, you build a scene for each thing you want to do. So it's way, way, way customizable. And I'm going to put a video out actually about my setup here, but I just have the little iPad sitting here, a little bit of a ramp in front of the second screen, which I got yesterday because I kept on making mistakes while I was talking about things on a screen that I wasn't showing people. So I have a second screen for that. But now I can control. It's like this little control deck here. And I am actually liking it. I just got to make sure it all keeps working. But Streamlabs Pro, Streamlabs OBS, it's free. And even that little deck thing was free. So I liked it. And it's very customizable. I even put a little spin wheel guy in here. So I can do spin wheel games. And I can load your names in there and everything else. I thought that was fun too. It didn't look like that. I customized that. The spin wheel you get from Streamlabs is just that thing in the center, and then I customized that a little bit. The cartoon stuff and everything else I added to it because I thought it'd be fun. Tita, did you drop your link? If you haven't, please do so. Go back to me. How bad did that whole thing look? Whoa, what the heck happened there? guys, I gotta fix this. I'll be right back. And Bodats, if you're there, I messed that all up. In case you were wondering. In case you wanted to know. I'm gonna mute myself and get rid of that. And Tita June, are you still in the house? Either Tita is new or a ninja, and we'll have to ask her. That's TV, back to you. Doing a video a day, but it's probably your live streaming also. 700 subscribers in the last 10 days. That's amazing. Change that. Guess I can't go back further than that. Bodats, you're definitely putting in the work. This is all good. We just need to get your views up, and mine. Just need to get our views up so we can look at it. We can look at one of these videos and see how we can perform see what we can change to make it perform better. And you streamed today, before you came here. That's cool. And definitely bring these playlists up. Playlists are key. Get your playlists up. And then we should edit this home screen and get rid of all this dead white space at the bottom. Done, done, done. Get rid of that. Go there. Live. And like you. Now we gotta get going because I said I was gonna start. Oh my god, I'm already starting late. That wasn't the plan. Let's get started here. So here or not here, we are starting. Let me bring this guy up.
Hello and welcome back to the YouTube Influence Challenge, the place to be to grow a high profit and high impact YouTube channel. Whether you're just starting or you want to grow your channel faster, man, we are breaking down our 7-step YouTube influence system day after day. And again, I am Sean Cannell and I'm so fired up you're here. Come on, smash like if you're fired up for day 4. Smash like if you have the thumbs up button, like we're here on Facebook. If you've been a part of this whole challenge, let me know how many sessions you've been to. And hey, if you're just joining us, welcome. We are so grateful that you're here. And my name is Sean Cannell. I'm with Think Media. I'm part of a team of creators. And we're here to just serve you and help with our proprietary process for growing your influence on YouTube. I am curious how many people have been here for the whole thing and missed no sessions. As a reminder, the replays are in the videos area, they're in the units area, and for VIP you get them for life, but you can watch those replays all the way until May 20th for free. Ania has watched all of them. Way to go, Ania. Elba's watched all the sessions. Come on, Anna My Adventures, all the sessions. Jonathan's been through 6, and guess what? We're coming up on a weekend, which is time to catch up on the sessions. Well, hey, tell me where you're watching from. Let me know where you are in the world. I am broadcasting to you from Grace City, Las Vegas. We are here, and I'm joined by the incontrovertible Heather Torres and Melissa Caputo. We're all in Las Vegas, as well as Tony Ariola from Los Angeles. How's it going, Tony?
It's going amazing. Got my Think branded mug here, drinking some coffee. It's a great day.
Hey, thinkmediamerch.com. We got Mel in the house too. Mel, how are you doing?
Sorry, I could also repping my Think mug. And I am stoked for today and stoked for today's giveaway. It's my favorite part of the day.
And then Heather, how are you?
I mean, it's day what? I'm so excited. Day 4, day 5, day everything. I'm so excited, man. The Instagram stories, Sean, that I'm seeing, it is amazing to see the amount of notes that are happening, the amount of breakthrough that's happening. We want to hear from you. So if you are sharing on Instagram stories, get your phone. My favorite kind of stories, right, are the ones where you actually like tell us your aha moment and then tag us so we can share it on our stories and tell other people about this challenge. So share on stories and tag us so that we can see your aha moments.
Yes, and as a reminder, this is what the session's going to be today. We got a giveaway in just a second. We've got the quick tip with Tony coming at you for some quick tactics right up front. Then I'm going to be breaking down our next session. We're talking about titles today, thumbnails. We've got a power-packed session, so shut out distractions and get ready. But I'm going to kick it to Mel and Heather for the giveaway. Brrr, drum roll, get ready, get ready.
All right, Melissa, what are we giving away today?
Yes, so today's giveaway is sponsored by Blue, and we have one of the most popular mics that gamers use and other YouTubers. This is the brand new version. As you can see by those little icons right above the name, it's won some awards. You know, it's no big deal. This is just a big deal. This is a really big deal to win today. So this is the Yeti X by Blue. It just looks cool. I mean, that's been my thought on like most of the products we've been seeing. I do think it's also a quality product as well as looking cool. I have, like I said, a Blue Yeti, the older version, and love it. So this is going to be an awesome product for anybody who wants to up their audio game on their videos and live streams. So if you want to win this product, let me know in the comments why you want to win the Yeti X. And as usual, we are going to also be doing an international giveaway for people who are not in the US, because the Yeti X is only available to people who are here in the US. So if you are international, then let me know in the comments where you're watching from, and we'll also be giving away a YouTube secrets book. So there's two things to put in the comments: why you want the Yeti X if you're in the US, or if you're outside of the US, where you're watching from.
Mm-hmm. And Melissa, I really like the Yeti because it is a great workhorse type of microphone that allows you to do things like this, like live streaming. You're live streaming right now, you've got a Yeti, and we talked about it yesterday, AVL. So that audio is so critical, and I love that you can just plug it in. It tells you how to customize it, and there's so many things you can do with the microphone. So what a great prize, Mel. I want one. Can I have one?
Heather, you're always trying to steal the giveaway prizes.
I'm trying to steal the giveaway prizes. Awesome. Well, go ahead and type in there. Tony, you're using a
GD
Yeti right
Legend,
now,
welcome.
Yes, I am. Yeti X right here.
I'm
There we
tweaking
go.
behind the scenes,
Love it.
sorry.
X, that's
Yes.
right, that's right. I love it. Well, yeah, to answer
I'm
those
playing with my
questions,
live
and hey,
stream
while
behind
you're
the
doing
scenes,
that,
which I
Tony
shouldn't
is
be
going to
doing.
drop the quick tip of the day.
As it gets
so
you
get
in
ready to
trouble,
take
but
notes, get
welcome.
ready to
Drop
lean
a
in.
link.
Come
You
on,
already
Tony,
did. Good.
take it away.
All right, guys. So today, like Sean mentioned earlier, we are talking about titling and thumbnails and all of that jazz. And I wanted to just break down a couple quick tips to help you with your titling. Because I don't know if you're like me, maybe you get to the point in the process where you make the video, maybe you have your keywords, and you're just going, what do I actually title these things? And you know, a lot of people have done a lot of great study on, you know, how to write copy or how to write those kind of headlines that grab people. Well, I'm gonna give you a couple quick hacks to be able to do that at a high level, especially if you're just starting out. So I'm gonna share my screen with you guys real quick. So what I wanted to show you is the first tip is looking at our YouTube page here. I will search something like 3-point lighting, which is a video. My screen went away. There it is. I'll look at a 3-point lighting video like this. We did a 3-point lighting video. You guys may have heard about that. We released it. It's actually number 2 here. 4 months ago, we released this video. And one of the strategies we'll employ is actually searching on YouTube for titles that are kind of grabbing our attention. So if we scroll down here, you'll see 3-point lighting setups in 1 second. That just kind of grabbed my eye right there. You kind of see some different things. We have some other ones, cheap 3-point lighting setup. Okay, I want to get something cheap. So how do I do that? So it's kind of like getting those headlines from previous YouTube videos that YouTube's already recommending. You know, even something like filmmaking 101. So a lot of the filmmakers might be like, okay, this is a serious, you know, like kind of almost more class environment. But you may already knew about that. I'm gonna give you an even more like a more secret ninja hack that we use here at Think Media when we're coming up with titles. Like I know you're probably thinking, oh yeah, you look on YouTube, that's what works. Maybe you knew that, maybe you didn't. This one though, this one's gonna blow your mind a little bit. So people that make YouTube videos, you know, typically like people make videos, like that's what we're good at, right? We're good at making videos. Well, there's also another sector of content creators online that are blog writers. You might know, you know, like you might be a blog writer, you might know blog writers. Well, their whole enterprise and business is built on being able to write good headlines and write great copy. So one of the places that we will look for great titles is actually on blog posts. So if you look here, 3-point lighting, you can look here, 3-point video lighting, key fill and backlight setup guide, right? The complete guide to 3-point lighting. That's, if I want to learn that topic, I want to know the complete guide. Like I want to click through on that. Or an introduction to 3-point lighting. Now you're speaking to people that are maybe beginners and maybe that are like, oh yeah, I just want the introduction. I want it really simply. So basically what we do is we will look at what's working, because here's the thing. A lot of the lie of creators and the lie you might be believing in your mind right now, I know I believe this lie all the time, is the idea that I have to fully conceptualize and come up with this idea from beginning to end in its entirety. And I don't want to know what any other influences. I want to have my own original idea, and that's just a lie. You know, all the great artists and every great creative does steal and get inspiration from other artists. So I'm just encouraging you to do that when you come into your titling, so you're not starting scratch. And if you have any kind of writer's block, these 2 quick tips will definitely help you come up with amazing, eye-catching titles.
So powerful. And quick reminder that definitely apply some of those title tips. But for those of you that got the YouTube starter kit, definitely take advantage of the titles and views that get clicks. The way you navigate your members area, right, is you can watch a video from me about each download, and then you've got the download that you can jump into. And it's so powerful because we really did some research on some of the most powerful titles that you can just plug and play for your YouTube videos, so you don't have to overthink it with the 15 best YouTube title formulas. And so shout me out. Have you already opened up that resource for those of you that got the starter kit? What do you think about the YouTube starter kit so far? Let me know what your thoughts have been and your experience for those who jumped into that. And Mel, how are we doing with the giveaways?
All right, I'm going to give away the YouTube secret book first. And as always, can I get a drum roll? Drum roll. It's okay, Sean will give us a drum roll. That's fine. But there we go. Drum roll. And the winner is Andrea Senior, watching from Canada. Congrats, Andrea. We're going to be sending you Sean and Benji's book, YouTube Secrets, #1 YouTube Secrets book in the world, or YouTube book in the world, Amazon bestseller. It's fantastic. And now for the Blue Yeti X. Thank you. We know the routine now. We have winner of the Blue Yeti X is Micah Carr. Congratulations, Micah. I'm so pumped for you to have a brand new mic, no more voice memo for you on those videos. Here is your new mic coming your way. So both winners, please email hello@seancannell.com to claim your prizes.
Yes, and as we get started, congratulations to the winners. I'm going to get my deck ready, my presentation ready. But Heather, how can we get the most out of today? And you know what? We're halfway through this thing, man, and not even, almost. And my brain hurts. I'm kind of overwhelmed. I got squirrel brain. I got so many notes. I got 99 problems, and notes isn't one of them. So Heather, give us some tips to kind of lean in and get ready as we dive into this next session.
Yeah, so going through the years and doing things like this, doing challenges like this, going to conferences, being involved in masterminds, you know, you do leave with a lot of notes, and your brain does kind of hurt. You know, we are on day 4, and so you're taking in so much information. And here's what I want you to do. After you go through today, I want you to look back at your notes, and I want you to figure out, I want you to get a separate piece of paper, because you've written down a lot of things, but I need you to know, what is your next step? What is your next step? And so it's on a fresh piece of paper. You're going to write the next 3 things that you need to do, the actions you need to take. Because while it's great to have the whole notebook, guys, we're giving you the blueprint to make a full successful YouTube channel. That's going to take more than just a day. And so I want you to know, what is my next step? So as you go into this lesson today, I want you to be thinking about, okay, I'm going to take the notes, because I need to be able to go back. But at the same time, I want you to think, what is my next step? Have you discovered your why? Have you come up with your reasons why you're doing this? Have you decided on what industry, what niche, and what categories you're going to be doing topics on? Have you looked at the next 3 to 5 titles that you want for your videos? Have you actually worked through the idea that perfectionism isn't going to work anymore and you need to just press record? Or have you gone through the session last night and realized that you're just going to start using your iPhone and you're going to get some lights, like Omar said, investing in those lights first? What are your next steps? And as we move into how do we release videos, I want you to lean in, because the part that a lot of creators miss, yes, like Tony said, they love making the content, but really it's about releasing the video right. Just because you have a video doesn't mean it's going to have views. And so I want you to lean into this session, block out those distractions, get your pens, get your notebooks, get your Google Docs ready, because Sean is about to deliver to you what made him successful. This is important. Yes, it was about the content. Yes, it was about getting the right title, but understanding how to actually release a video right, it's not just pressing that publish button. It's so much more, and that's what we're gonna dive into today. And I'm fired up and so excited for you to hear exactly what we do here at Think Media almost every single day when we are releasing videos and why our videos are successful. So Sean, let's take them into how we release our videos.
Yeah, all right. Well, hey, welcome back to the YouTube Influence Challenge. I'm fired up for this session. Smash like if you can hear me loud and clear, or the heart button here in the group. And let us know if you're just jumping on the stream, where are you watching from? And remember, you can share on social media. I'm seeing your tweets, I'm seeing your Instagram posts, I'm seeing your Instagram stories. Keep tagging the team, tag me on Instagram, use the hashtag #GrowWithVideo, and would love to connect you on with you on the other social media platforms. Thank you so much for being a part of this challenge. It's been such a journey, but we have more steps to go. And I'm really excited about this session because we're actually going to be breaking down our YouTube pre-launch checklist and going through the kind of 4 foundational things, but then the thing that nobody talks about that will really 10x your views, all in this session. But first, we actually need to deal with something in the group, and it's this idea that you need to know doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. And I've got to kind of address it. I've seen some BS happening in this group, and I really think we need to lean in and deal with the BS. And I know this might make you uncomfortable. I don't want to offend anybody, but I got to come right out and address the BS straight up. And I know you know what BS means and what it stands for. It's your belief system, right? It's your belief system. What do you think it meant? Come on, what do you think I was talking about? Come on, we got to address the BS, and that is your belief system. I've learned this, that if you're going to succeed on YouTube, you're never going to succeed if you don't get your mind right and your inner game right. See, a lot of times we think about the external stuff, and we got some tactics in this session. We're going to give you the edge with strategies and tactics, but first and foremost, we have to deal with our belief system. And the truth is, doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. Because guess what? On your journey to building a successful YouTube channel, you're going to fail a lot. What do you mean, Sean? Yeah, failures are the stepping stones to success. What I've learned is those who succeed on YouTube are those that actually become comfortable with failure. They start learning that, like, they fall in love with failure. It's Thomas Edison who failed 10,000 times trying to make the light bulb and finally found one way that worked. And he goes, I didn't fail 10,000 times. I just discovered 10,000 ways that didn't work. And then eventually the way that did. Such a mindset shift. But where most people get stuck is they get stuck in self-doubt. They get stuck in hesitation. They never build the confidence. And so it's not failure. I know that every single successful influencer, and I've been doing video influencers. I've interviewed over 200 different influencers with Benji on that channel. Entrepreneurs, people creating video. We have so many students in our academy that have had success. And what I've learned is that they've all failed a lot. But what they did was they dealt with their mindset so that they could get through failure, because doubt will kill your dreams faster than failure ever will. You got to believe in yourself. And here's one of the biggest things we need to address right at the top of this session: FOPO. Come on, type a little faux po in the comments for me. Faux po. Look at your spouse right now and say, I'm not going to have faux po with you anymore. What's faux po? Faux po is fear of other people's opinions. I've seen a lot of questions coming in, and I want to encourage and thank you so many people for being courageous, pressing record, and doing the challenge that we did yesterday. You know what the challenge was? Was post your first video, or post your About Me video, or post a video and you thread it underneath the post here in the group. And so many of you have done it, but some of you haven't. And one of the reasons why we hold back is because of faux po. Come on, faux po. Fear of other people's opinions. So let me ask a couple powerful questions. And for those of you that are like, this isn't me, come on, I've been posting videos. I don't care what people think. I want to challenge you. I think you might. Because I wonder if you really have the confidence to share what you really believe in. If you really have the confidence to share your deepest convictions. Because sometimes, even when we may have experienced some success, we still hide under a shell, under a mask. So let me ask you some questions. When you are not, like, fear of people's opinions, or when you start paying less attention to what makes you you. If you're paying more attention to what other people think than what makes you you. If you're paying attention to your talents, your beliefs, and your values, and that's your focus and that's your mission, you're on the right track. But if you're spending more time in your day thinking about what other people are thinking, or what are people going to think if I actually start being bold and really doing this challenge? What are people going to think if I press record and I actually post a video? What are people going to think if I actually declare that I'm going to commit to YouTube, that I'm going to stop dabbling, start dominating, and really lean into this thing? What are people going to think? And if you're spending more time worrying about what other people are thinking, then you're not spending time on your mission, your dream, and your channel, right? So let me ask you this. Does what other people think, and by the way, may or may not think, like, they may not even be thinking about you. So they might be thinking about you, or they might not even be thinking about you, and you're just making up thoughts about what they're thinking about you. Both are just as insidious. Like, we make up a whole script about what we assume people are thinking. I'm sure that Shanda from high school is mad because I'm posting on YouTube. Well, turns out Shanda's got her own problems, right? But we make up a script that Rick from, our old job is following us on social media, and because he just got promoted and he just got that new car, we're like, oh, he probably sees me, I haven't been doing my thing, and we're worried about what Rick thinks. Well, meanwhile, Rick's life's not as good as you think it is. Come on, Rick's going through a horrible divorce right now. Rick's like, completely just strung out. What will happen if I get a negative comment? If somebody says something, I'm so on edge. If I post that video on YouTube that Heather told me to post, what is somebody going to say? Worrying about what other people think is having fear of ridicule or rejection, or that when challenged, you actually surrender your point of views. You have a belief, but then if maybe even in a social circle, somebody else comes and they say, well, I believe this, and you shrink back a little bit. You really aren't standing for what you believe in. Come on. Because we have FOPO, fear of what other people think. Maybe we have fear of, let me ask you this, has a negative comment or critique ever paralyzed you from moving forward or pressing record? Have you ever had craving for social approval, and by not having it, that's why you haven't pressed record? Have you ever been paralyzed by fear of being disliked in a social media post, in a video? My friends, if you don't think you have, then you're delusional, because I think we all have this. We all worry about, what are people going to think about what I'm wearing? What are people going to think about my body? What are people going to think about my voice? What are people going to think? We all deal with this. And then, okay, what if, I barely have the courage to even put this video out. If I get 5 dislikes and only 1 like, what's going to happen to me? Is the whole thing, am I going to waste my time if I post 10 videos, but nobody watches? And then my parents say, turns out you're just a failure like I said you were. Or my friends say, yep, thought you never stick with anything. FOPO, fear of what people think. Do you hesitate and not even create content because you're worrying about what other people think? All of this undermines your ability to pursue the life that you want to create. And so I want to deal with just a little bit of our BS this morning, if that's okay. And I want to give you just a few powerful quotes about the truth about FOPO. This is the truth about FOPO. Are you ready? Okay. When you seek or need, when you do not seek or need approval, you are your most powerful. That's the place you need to get to, where you're no longer needing approval. You're just on your own mission. Albert Einstein said this: great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds. When you start stepping into your greatness, when you start your YouTube channel, when you press record on that video, you will encounter opposition from mediocre minds. Mediocrity is what's normal. It's the normal line of culture. And nobody likes to have the apple cart disrupted. Your social circle, your background, the town that you grew up in, maybe your family, you start striving and stretching for greatness, you'll face opposition. You got to be ready for it. The day you stop caring what other people think is the day that your life will begin. Zig Ziglar said this: don't be distracted by criticism. Remember, the only taste of success some people will get is to take a bite out of you. Come on, somebody. You got to just press forward and press record. People that are on the sidelines of what she thinks she's doing, she's starting a YouTube channel. Who does she think she is? Let her take a bite out of you. Let him take a bite out of you. That's the only taste of success most people will get. Shandra. Okay, if anyone's named that, I'm not talking to you in this group. Yo, look, what people think of you is none of your business. You got to worry about your own business. You got to build this thing, man. You're building. You got a channel to build. You got a family to provide for. You got videos to publish. Come on, post some videos. I stopped caring. This one was powerful. Kylie Francis. I stopped caring about what other people thought of me when I realized that most people don't even know what to think about themselves. Wow. Most people, with the criticism that they do have about you, other people's opinions, is a reflection of themselves. Because healthy people build others up. Healthy people that are secure in their own life, business, confidence, whatever they're doing, they don't need to tear other people's down because they're in a healthy place. So just remember that if criticism comes your way, it's coming from people that don't know what to think about themselves. And it's really more of a reflection of them than it is of you. Tyra Banks, come on, never dull your shine for somebody else. You need this because we got to punch fear in the face. And whether you're just starting, I need you to do the challenge that Heather challenged you to do. You got to post that first video, and you got to post it poop your pants scared, and you got to post it online. And for those of you that are like, yo, what's all the self-help mumbo jumbo? I don't know if you're actually living in your full confidence in your full voice. I think you could shine brighter. My friend, if you're already a leader, you're already shining, 10x your shine. Let it shine brighter. Come on, Tyra Banks, never dull your shine for somebody else. See, we're too worried about trying to fit in with those around us, forgetting that the only way to make it on YouTube is to stand out. We're not trying to fit in, you gotta stand out. It's gonna make people uncomfortable. Just a couple
Welcome,
more, okay?
Just playing with settings, sorry.
Aristotle said this. Now this is crazy because he's a Greek philosopher, scientist, one of the greatest thinkers of his day. This is over 2,300 years ago. I'm like, bro, did you know that YouTube and social media was coming out in the future? Because like Aristotle, man, you like must have understood how it felt to be online. Because you get trolls all over the place, headline reading, just dropping their little troll poop everywhere, all over everybody, just trying to tear others down. Aristotle, how did you know that YouTube comments were a dumpster fire? Like, how did you know, Aristotle? This is what he said. The only way to avoid criticism is to say nothing and is to be nothing. The only way to avoid criticism is to do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing. Come on, when you start a YouTube channel and you're worried about what people are gonna say, they're gonna say stuff. But the only way to build something, to grow a channel, to build a business, to start a movement, to start something significant, is to actually step out and realizing that criticism is gonna come. But I don't have FOPO. Come on, type kill FOPO in the comments for me. We're killing FOPO today. Fear of other people's opinions. We're not worried about them. Everyone's got one. Kind of like those other things that stink, man. Everyone's got one. A couple more. Dr. Seuss said it this way. Be who you are, say what you feel, because those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. Come on. I've decided, and this is one of the tools that helps me deal with this, because by the way, you're gonna hit it at every level. Like every single level, you'll think that like, oh, maybe eventually, no, actually the higher you go, the hotter the hatred will be. It's just true, think about it. You know what I mean? Like What can I even relate to the hate that like the president feels, or the hate that that many leading celebrities or leading voices feel? It's crazy. You know what people say about people. Like, it's crazy. And imagine going to bed with death threats and, you know, like different things that happen. Like, for most of us, like, we're trying to get over like 2 dislikes and 1 negative comment. How you ever going to build a movement if you can't get over FOPO? Come on, you got to kill the FOPO. That's FOPO, by the way. FOPO. Eleanor Roosevelt said this: no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. It's up to you to let what they say affect you. So I hope that we've dealt with a little bit of our BS today. And I want you to keep working on your BS, your belief system. Because this is the foundation of success on YouTube. It really is. I've had to get through like layers. It felt like going through a swamp of stepping out, of worrying about what other people thought, made up, true or not. And a lot of it's scripting that we just are in our own head. And you need to spend a lot less time worrying about what other people think, and a lot more time building your YouTube channel, building your mission, building your vision. Come on, focused on the things that matter most. Other people's opinions of you are none of your business. I'm not a businessman, I'm a business. Come on, Jay-Z. I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman. I gotta focus on my business. I gotta focus on my family. I gotta focus on the leader and the father and the man I need to be for my son, Sean Bradley Cannell. My wife's 22 weeks pregnant today. And I'm thinking about, what kind of example do I wanna set in confidence? What kind of do I wanna set a leader? What kind of example do I wanna set for my son, Sean Bradley Cannell, in stepping out and punching fear in the face, in taking a risk, in trying something, in going for something? Come on, I want to be one that steps out and doesn't have a fear of other people's opinions, but say that the mission matters more. Come on, the vision matters more. Come on, the thing that we're building matters more. Kill the FOPO. All right, let's go. You guys ready? You're like, okay, let's actually get into this. And I hope you've been getting value. Smash like if you got value. And let me know an aha moment. Like maybe you felt like, oh man, I have been worrying about the fear of other people's opinions. I've been playing it safe. Today's time to step out. And with that, we're gonna step out with some tactics on titles, thumbnails, and the secret to getting massive views on YouTube. Here's a little recap. You know, we're 7 sessions in, but we're 4 R's in. On the first session, we talked about start with the end in mind, reverse engineer, right? Everything you wanna do, you wanna start with the end in mind. What's the end vision of your channel? What's the end vision of your videos? What's the end vision of how you're gonna make money and monetize and make not just a high impact, but a high profit? We talked about finding your niche. And if you're still wondering about how to find your niche, don't miss session 2, right? Then we talked about research, and we talked about how you want to research before you press record. Tools like Ubersuggest, tools like the YouTube autocomplete, tools like the vidIQ tool, and we'll link those in the comments if you want to check out something like vidIQ, right? And that can help you with that research so you actually know what videos to make in your niche that will get views. Then yesterday, Heather and the team just crushed it, and shout out Heather if you got value out of that session. And then you got to press record. And we talked about powerful tips for creating videos that connect with people and how to build your confidence on camera, how to get over enemies, right? The night that on that 4th session, I hope you didn't miss that one, where Heather was talking about dealing with our BS. Come on, dealing with our belief system. And then so we can get on camera and actually share our voice. You know, when I played my first video, again, I was already more outgoing than that in my with just the 50 kids that I knew and my youth pastor and my small church. But when I put myself on the internet, I froze up. I don't want to be energetic or entertaining. I froze up because I was dealing with FOPO. And so you got to get confidence on and keep levels of confidence of what your message is, knowing what you're building. Do that. So definitely check session on release. And we're going through the 7 pillars of YouTube influence. So these are building, right? And so with titles, thumbnails, phase number 3. And we've edited our video. You don't need to edit. You can grab you can for 1 minute, 2 minutes longer, and then you can upload that video. So we don't need to that we are you have to edit, but let's assume you've edited and up video online. It's time to release the video. So in this video, we're going to talk about the 4-step optimization checklist, my 10x views booster, how to come up with that get views, and a lot more. But where do views come from? Let's talk about this. Now, this is a good question. So, Sean, channel. I want to grow a channel. Actually get views. So what you can do is you can go into your YouTube and go to traffic sources. This actually tells you where traffic is. Now, what's traffic? Let's get on the same page. It's views. So when it says your traffic sources, where views coming from. So one of the places views come from is suggested videos. One of the places could be YouTube search. Browsers, one could be external. And so these are actually probably 4 of the best ways to get views. They can be in different order, right? So let me know actually if you can look in your YouTube analytics, like what's your number 1 traffic source or what's your number 2 traffic source? So 4 ways to get views. The first one is external views. That's like you send traffic from social media. Browse features, that's like the home. YouTube search, remember we video tested. Those are videos like underneath the phone or that can pop up. So external views could be like you have an Instagram or Facebook or TikTok even, whatever, and you send traffic that's not on YouTube to YouTube. Maybe you have a blog and you post a new video and you write a blog post about it and people follow your blog video. Maybe you have an email list and you say, hey, do videos out on Tuesday, try your video, that's external view. Now browse feature like the page. You have this on your mobile phone or you log into on your desktop and you have a bunch of videos right there. That's probably like one of the biggest ways to get all traffic. So that's why when YouTube says features are sending you traffic, it's like YouTube's always studying your viewing behavior and videos in front of you. So if you get your videos on other people's homes, then you start getting a lot of views. Now subfeed, a lot of people don't even ever go here, but subfeed is where instead of home, it's a linear place where the channels and videos you're actually subscribed to show up, and then people go through there, look through their subscription feed. In fact, tell me if you've ever been to your subscription feed. Do you go there and go through your subscriptions one by one, or do you pretty much, YouTube is always just putting the videos right in front of you in your homepage, you're consuming content. But the 2 most powerful sources of views are what we define as ranked videos here at Think Media, and that's suggested videos and YouTube search. Suggested in YouTube search. So YouTube's the 2nd largest search engine, right? So when people type in like best camera for YouTube, this is a ranked video. Views that come when someone types that in and watches those videos are search views. Best self-improvement books, that video. You saw the tummy time video from Nicole. That is a search view. Like someone searches tummy time because they're trying to look for a video on tummy time for newborns. She shows up, she gets search traffic. And through going through this system, and especially at like the academy level, she put this video out and will get anywhere from 137 views an hour to 250 views an hour from a ranked video. This is Techno Dad, and we talked about him a while ago. Like he has a home theater channel. How much power do speakers need? People watch this video over and over, and 4 people an hour watch this video from like search and suggested. And so the reason why we love ranking videos here at Think Media is because it gives us the leverage and the freedom, whether we are traveling or working on a different project or speaking. And obviously during the lockdown, we're doing less. There was whole seasons where you've heard the story now of Sonia and I, and that's a picture of her. We just had gotten back from the hospital because every 10 years they have to, 8 to 10, replace her gastric stimulator, which has like a battery in it for gastroparesis. And they installed it wrong this last time. And they installed it too close to her ribs. And we went through about 8 months of hell where first, not only was she going through all this pain and just all of this crazy stuff, it delayed everything. But then we were in LA at UCLA getting the surgery, we had to go back. But what I think of is, for those that have been through health challenges, whether you have health challenges in your family, you know how scary, how frustrating to be disrupted. And that, I was disrupted from creating new content or from even working on my business. I was able to stay by my wife's side why my business grew for me or with me or on autopilot. And that's why we're not saying it's going to be easy, but we're saying it's going to be worth it. That's why we want you leaning in on YouTube and mastering this system, because you want to build for yourself an asset of passive traffic so that you have freedom, again, to either go on vacation with your family or, God forbid, for when you're in the hospital. You have freedom to write that book that you want to write or start another project like a podcast so that you have an asset that's growing for you. You know, now you see the Think Media team and Heather and Mel and Tony, and last night, the tech panel, like these people are incredible, but they weren't always here. I started just like you, solo creator, by myself. My wife was doing the books. She wasn't helping with the videos. Not that I expected her. You know, I shot the videos, edited the videos. I'm with you. Like, I'm in the trenches with you. Like, you can do this. Shot them, edited them. Whoops, forgot to turn on the mic. Has anyone been there before? Like, no audio coming through. You shot for like 4 hours. You just started editing. You're like, freak, I got to reshoot. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. And then, set the lighting up, put the SD card in the computer, open up the video editing software, forgot to save, restart the project. I don't even know why I don't autosave. I mean, I do, and sometimes the file corrupts. Like, I've been through it all, man. Upload the video on YouTube, figure out a title, write the description, share it on social media, start over and do it again. All right, here we go. Shoot another video, batch produce some videos. But the reason, the vision I had was, man, YouTube's a search engine. YouTube's algorithm, when you get suggested, it gets you views. It's leverage. So every video you create, and when you get good at this system and when you master it, becomes like an asset that works for you when you're not working. In a way, you're like, I don't know if I could ever hire employees, and you may never need to or even want to, but every video you post that ranks is like an employee that you pay once, but that works for you for free for weeks, months, and years to come. You duplicate yourself. It's weird. I think about how many little Seans are like the Star Wars clone army that are right now, Think Media gets 6,000 views an hour. And there's little Omars, there's little Nolans, there's little Heathers, there's little Seans. We're like, hey guys, want some help? We're like, we help people with tech, help people. We're like answering people's questions, like getting to know people on autopilot. Like, even while we're here hanging out with like 1,500, 2,000 people here in the challenge on this session live, 6,000 people during this hour are watching Think Media. Like, how crazy is that? Is that easy? No. Is it worth it? Are you kidding me? Like, it's so powerful. And so that's what we see here, like every 1,700 views in 60 minutes. This is what I want you to build. In order to do so, though, you got to master all 7 of these steps, right? And so you can see here that this is the main traffic sources of Think Media, suggested videos and YouTube search, where views come from. So lots of people are searching for certain things. This is why you're researching before you press record, finding out like what are people looking for. Suggested is like YouTube recommending your videos. Browse features is like homepage, right? And then external is like using social media or other things to keep seeing your videos. So let's go through the 4-step video optimization checklist, okay? So once you have your video shot and edited after the record phase, now we're in the release phase. The release phase is what you do to get your video ready to release. Number 1 is your thumbnail, right? And so here's a couple thumbnail tips. Your thumbnail, you want it to be clear. I think it's powerful that there's been a lot of studies where if it matters to have a person, you don't have to have a person in the thumbnail. But if a person's in the thumbnail, people look for eyes. It's you too. People are looking for you. They're looking for humans. So eyes can be powerful. We use things like red arrows or different arrows to draw attention. We take intentional photography. So this was obviously an intentional photo that was shot. And this was a video that Omar and I did together talking about the A6400 camera. And so remember that also in the YouTube starter kit, we have a whole advanced stack of being all about thumbnails. So you got to get your thumbnail done. All right. And Tony is linking and sharing in this challenge group, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, of some of our best videos from Think Media with some bonus trainings. And so we'll even share a couple of our thumbnail videos, because you can just use free software like Canva. We have a tutorial on Photoshop, some really cool things that are out there. Next is going to be your title. So here, what we want to see, and you think about this in terms of search, best 4K vlogging camera with flip screen, right? So we did best 4K vlogging camera with flip screen, ? Sony a6400 video test. Now, here's what you need to know. Title and thumbnail are like the power twins. That's who's supposed to be on screen here. That's the power twins, right? They work together. It's teamwork. They don't need to repeat each other. That's a huge thing, a mistake I see people make. They say like best 4K vlogging camera flip screen. They put all those words in the thumbnail and it clutters it up, makes it look ugly. Now, should you have words in your thumbnail? It's up to you. Some do, some don't. We try to have as few words as possible. Definitely don't put a sentence, don't put a paragraph, because even think about people's experience. Like, this is the experience of what people see on YouTube. They see the thumbnail. What camera is that? What, that arrow? Oh, there's a flip screen. And then their eyes go to the right and they read the title. So it's the title and thumbnail combo. It's not really thinking about them in isolation or needing them to say the same thing. In fact, you could put different words on the thumbnail, like that maybe get attention, and then different words in the title. Again, they don't need to echo each other. They need to complement each other. Now, tip, hyper-specific titles are easier to rank. So think about this. This isn't best camera for YouTube. This isn't best vlogging camera. This isn't best camera with the flip screen. This is not best 4K camera. There is at least 4 distinctions here. First is best. Second is 4K. Third is vlogging camera. Fourth is flip screen. Make sense? So think about how specific that is. Not just a vlogging camera, but a 4K vlogging camera. Not just the vlogging camera, but a vlogging camera with the flip screen. Not just any old vlogging camera, but the best one. So thinking about layers of being more specific, and then actually it's a specific camera, and what you can expect from it, a video test on top of that. Pretty powerful, right? And so this one video at the time of putting this together was getting like 18 views every 60 minutes. So think about that. We put that video together. Omar and I, we got to get together. And again, I want to always encourage you, don't ever validate or make excuses like, oh man, well, Think Media's got a big team. We didn't have a big team, yo. You're talking like 2010 to 2016, even 17, I started getting help, and not on videos. Then I started getting help on editing, but not on videos. Like, it was still like me to like tripod setup. You can do this. You can do this by yourself. That's the path. It's the solo creator, solopreneur path. And nevertheless, as you scale, it's just smart to start getting help around you. We'd go shoot, set the camera up, do the research, practice with the camera, do the work, put the work in, and then put it out. But how powerful, look, YouTube search, and also even suggested videos. So you can see this kind of stuff inside of your YouTube studio, where traffic is coming from. We're kind of going a little bit into our future thing where we talk about YouTube analytics, but this is just about releasing. So imagine having 10 videos like this working to build your channel for you while you sleep. Like, let's take it back to count the cost, but also see the possibilities. Take work? Yes. Will you have to punch face? Yes. Where you have to get uncomfortable? Yes. Where you have to get over the fear of people's opinions? Will you have to put up some work up front? Yes. Will every video rank? No. Will every effort you put forward? No, you got to post, you got to put out bad videos. But imagine getting one on there, getting another one on there. That's like getting views every week, every day, every month. And imagine having a little army, 10 videos that whether you're sleeping, on vacation, with your kids, they're ranking. This is the dream. This is what I want you to see, which brings us to number 3, thumbnail, title, description. You want to fill out your description and optimize your description. Too many people are lazy here. You don't want to cut corners here. And so you can definitely check out some of the Think Media descriptions. For time's sake, we're just going to keep going on this one, but people cut corners here, and it's a huge mistake. The next one's then metadata. And what metadata would be included is as your tags. Metadata includes the tags that you put on YouTube. It actually includes what's in your description. It also includes closed captioning. So if you close caption your videos, and remember we did a giveaway of rev.com, that's what we use to close caption our videos. Because think about like the words you say in your video. Like if I say, so what's the best 4K vlogging camera with flip screen? Like when I say that and we close caption that, then Google hears that at a higher level, right? And YouTube hears it. So this is all like reinforcing metadata that supports your channel. And then when you have vidIQ installed, you see these little blue numbers. That's showing you where your video is ranking, right? In regards to search. But a lot of people focus on these 4 things. And these are very important. Strong thumbnail, strong title, strong description, strong metadata. but it's not the most important thing. And a lot of people miss this. And the 10x views booster is right in the middle. The thing that really makes this whole pre-launch checklist go round is right in the middle. Do you want me to share that with you? Or are you okay to just end here? Let me know. Tell me, I want to see how you guys are doing in the YouTube Influence Challenge. Smash like if you're getting value out of this session. And let me know what you've learned even so far in terms of optimizing your videos at a higher level. Robert says, how do you close caption your videos? Well, one, YouTube will auto close caption them, and you can go in and correct some of those, which is good. Or you can upload a closed caption file, and if you go, we'll have the team post a link to Rev. I think we can get you $10 off or something like that if you want to try it. That's what we use because it's fast. It's $1.25 per minute, and it's so powerful. Again, if you're doing 5-minute videos, it becomes very affordable. If you're doing really long videos, it's kind of expensive. Like Alina helps us just submit the videos to Rev right now, and she's like, do you want to do that hour-long one you just did, Sean? I'm like, oh, shoot. It's gonna be $70 caption file, but I think I want to, because like there's search power, and by the way, it also helps viewers. Of course, it helps those that are hard at hearing or want that support. It even reinforces foreign languages, and so okay, cool. People are already loving the Power Twins. People are loving Don't Be Lazy in the description box. Emily, I love it. There is a lot to learn, and we're gonna pace yourself, keep doing it. Carlos uses Rev. I love it. All right, so let's talk about this views booster, because this is really, again, you could spend all day long making the best thumbnail in the world, the best title, whatever. But if you don't do this, what's in the middle of it all, then you probably won't break through on YouTube. And it's this. It's topic. It's topic. Write that down. Like what you're actually talking about. Like what the video actually is. Does anybody care? Does anybody want to watch it? And this is a big deal because YouTube is a place you can create whatever you want. But remember when we went back to research, we are researching to see if there's interest. How much interest is there in this topic? Do people want to see this kind of content? So for example, you know how we use keyword research tools like Ubersuggest, and I think this is awesome if you want to start an underwater basket weaving channel. But every single month, in fact, let's just give an example to really drive this point home, is and I actually think like you could probably actually make a great channel and you could be like the leading authority in underwater basket weaving in the world. In fact, even as we look here, there's like views and videos are getting views and whatnot. But here's what I mean by discerning how much interest there is in a topic. When you look up underwater basket weaving on Ubersuggest, which is our Google version, right, of how much search traffic there is, 8,100 people a month search for like this entire category and topic. So that's what I mean is your choice of the niche you position yourself in. Heather's been sharing about being a part, even if you have a specific thing, being a part of a larger category. If you want to win on YouTube, you need to make sure you're part of a proven and a profitable and a big enough niche. These are some repeat terms, your TAM, your total addressable market. This is the key to success, because again, it's the difference between opening up a coffee shop 2 blocks from my house here, even though there's hundreds of coffee shops, probably 50 Starbucks here in Las Vegas where I live. People love coffee. Can I get an amen when you're watching this? Like, people are gonna keep drinking coffee. It's a massive market. Whereas if you opened up a liver store where you just sell liver, sushi liver, burger liver, I don't know why I talk about liver, but like I had it one time at like my friend's house. Like the dad was really into it. Like it's nutritious. It's awful. It really tastes bad. I'm sure it's great for you. And you were like, we're open. Come on, drive through, 50% special. Does anybody want to buy liver, and do enough people want to buy it? And if not, it's a question of, so this goes even down to your videos. And we realize this at Think Media. We could touch on obscure topics. Listen, once you get subscribers, this is a big deal, because once you get subscribers, we can maybe even answer different questions that no one's actually like would probably be asking for, but people already follow us. We already have subscribers, so we get views not because of search and suggested. We get views because people already like know, like, and trust us. And they're like, oh, here's information. Here's another way to put it. This is a big key. You need to start with answering the questions people are asking, so that eventually you can answer the questions that people aren't asking, but that they should be. It's deep. You want to grow your YouTube channel from scratch, you need to be playing in a pond, in a pool that's big, and going to like popular questions that people actually know. Make sense? You get subscribers, it doesn't even matter, like, to a point. And by the way, we keep doing this framework all day, every day. We released 6 videos this week on Think Media, 2 on Think Marketing during this challenge. So we do this over and over and over again. We still do it because it's smart to do it. But once you've got subscribers, do whatever you want. Upload a video with no title, no tags, no description. Literally, people will see it because your subscribers will be like, a new video's out. I don't recommend that, but does that make sense? But many of you are like, how do I start? How do I grow? You got to follow best practices. And that really goes into having and picking the right topics. So one of the reasons why this video did good was, think about it. It was a topic and we researched before we pressed record. People are interested in 4K, they're interested in vlogging cameras, they're interested in vlogging cameras with flip screens. How do we know that? Was because of research. And so it was actually the topic that we talked about. Write these down. Here's some strategic tips. Like, what is your audience desire? Not what do you think they want and are looking for, but what are they actually looking for and how do they word it? It's kitchen table talk versus classroom talk. Number 2, community interest. Like, pay attention to your community. I hope you're listening to the podcast, reading the blogs. I get notifications from certain camera blogs. So I just found out that the EOS R is coming out soon, relevant to me, the new Canon camera. Discouraged because it looks like it might cost $6,000. It's gonna be amazing. It has like 8K video. And so I tweeted that last night. Like, I'm in the pulse of my niche. You gotta be in the pulse of your niche. Like, I hope you're reading the blogs. I hope you're listening to the podcast. I hope you're connected to the other people in the industry. I hope you're subscribed to their channels. You should be looking at what they're putting out because maybe they're gonna shine a light on what you should be talking about. If you are in psychology, are you reading the most updated Harvard Business Review, psychological psychology, things that are coming out? Are you paying, if you're in leadership, are you studying the latest leadership, topics and the latest books and trending books? What is happening in the zeitgeist? What does zeitgeist mean? It means like what's happening in your niche. Again, if you're in gaming, like, are you covering the hottest trends, the hottest things that are happening in that? Again, we all have different channels. This has to apply to you in whatever way it applies to you. These are just strategic ways to be covering the right topics. The timing of the topic. If it's Christmas, what should you be talking about? If it's Black Friday, what kind of video should you make? If it's back to school and you have a homeschool channel or a normal school channel or whatever, what kind of videos are you thinking about for back to school? How does that affect you? That's called tent polling, by the way. Tent poles are spikes of interest. When it's Super Bowl season, how does that relate to your channel if it does? When it's January 1st, come on, fitness people, it's back to, you know what I mean? Like, that's timing, again, of the topic. So you could release the best video ever at the wrong time. Like, you don't want to release how to get fit and go on a diet on December 25th. If you release a video on December 25th, number one, less people will probably be online because it's Christmas. So they're all with family and stuff. I watched our views go down on Mother's Day. Not a lot, but there was like a dip on Mother's Day. It's like, okay, Mom, I won't watch YouTube. You know what I mean? Like about 10,000 less. It went from like 155 a day K to 135. And I was like, what happened? And I was like, oh, it was Mother's Day. So like timing. And so on Christmas, I plan on getting a big old turkey leg. I plan on getting a big old pile of mashed potatoes, stuffing, some cranberry, lots of cranberry sauce. This is Thanksgiving, but isn't Thanksgiving food great on Christmas as well? Come on. I plan on getting a nice red glass of wine. Come on. I plan on having the salads before, loosening the belt, 2, 3, 4, 5 notches. Can I get an amen? And if you release, and I happen to check in on my videos on my phone, how to go green and get on a diet in a 20-minute workout, I'm clicking freaking unsubscribe on your channel because you just violated the third law of Christmas, which is no fitness videos on December 25th. Are you kidding me? You just violated a code that is, no matter what your backgrounds or beliefs, that the world knows, that people of all parties, all background, and all ethnicities understand that you don't post fitness and dieting videos on December 25th. That is a fact. Timing, right? So like strategic content at strategic times, and then trends, different trends that are happening. So this is relevant for Think Media. We pay attention to this. This is relevant for you as well. So here's your checklist. Screenshot that, circle that, draw that, write that. This is the release phase. You're gonna release your video, get your thumbnail right, get your title right, get your description right, get your metadata right, get your topic right. Your topic should lead the whole video. Remember, if you want to record the best video, you know what your topic, title, and thumbnail is before you press record. So you go into it intelligently to craft content that will really answer that title, that will intrigue people to get them to click. And you're talking about the right topics because you've researched before you press record. My friends, commitment is the foundation of all great accomplishments. Type all in if you've been getting value so far. We've been going through reverse engineer. Come on. Research before you press record. All right, number 3, record your video. Heather just chopping and dicing and slicing. Wisdom with kind of that emotion. Doesn't Heather just like hit you from that emotional core? It's like crazy, right? And then you got to release your video the right way. Before you post it publicly, you want to make sure that it's optimized. And we didn't have time, of course, to get into, there's other things, but like those are some of the biggest needle movers. And you don't want to cut corners when you've put all this work. And I know some of you are like, just being in this challenge and filling out these notes has me a little bit tired. Though I know you're tired, but I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's going to be worth it. And you're building new muscles right now. And when you work out muscles in a gym, I remember this from 4 years ago when I was there, when I went to one, I lifted some weights and I got sore because I just wasn't used to working out those muscles. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to build up our muscles and we're going to keep working this system and keep working this system. In our program, we're actually going to be talking about on Monday, we will give you a chance if you actually want to join like the full-blown program. Because the reality is we go at least 10 hours deep on each single one of these R's. But here's the cool thing is going through this free challenge, you're getting the framework, you're getting the building blocks. And these things stack and they build. And again, it's just like lifting weights. I've heard from people who do. That as you lift them, your muscles, grow stronger over time. They get bigger over time. They also become less sore. So while I haven't been lifting weights in the gym, I've been lifting weights when it comes to video. So you might even, and I hope you can give it up for, the content creator team last night and Heather and Mel, even you might be like, how do you go live and like create all this content? Creating content becomes like a muscle. If it's overwhelming now and scary now, see the possibilities that eventually it'll be second nature for you. And if you ever want some encouragement, look up Warren Buffett, who just spoke at the Berkshire Halfwire live stream. He's 89 years old, and he did a live stream for 5 hours straight, talking the entire time, dropping wisdom and ideas and all kinds of stuff. My friends, 89. Like, if I could challenge you a little bit, if you're like, I don't know if I can shoot a 15-minute video, think about Warren Buffett. If you're like, I went live for 30 minutes. By the way, this is me. Like, I know, because we go like live for 3 hours. Yesterday, I was bleeding, by the way. That's a whole nother story. I feel great. And I spoke at another event, and then I was on like background, and I was like, been going to the hospital, and I'm fine. But like, this challenge is crazy. And so, you go through different things, but like, I went live on Think Media. We go live multiple, it's like a muscle. That's all I'm trying to say. It's like a muscle, and you will grow into this. You will get the strength. You can do more. There's more in you. There's greatness in you. And think about Warren Buffett, 89, sharp as a tack, 5-hour live stream. Come on, you can shoot a 5-minute video. Warren Buffett, 89, dropping wisdom about the economy, like breaking it down. Come on, you can do a 45-minute live stream or a 30-minute live stream on your YouTube channel. For who, Sean? So you can practice in public. So you can start before you're ready. So that you can punch fear in the face. You got to know that commitment is the foundation of all great accomplishments. And you got to commit. Type all in if you're fired up. Type all in if you're ready. And I'm excited because we have another daily challenge. Heather's going to jump on here and tell us what our challenge is today. Now, if you haven't done any of the challenges yet, I want to challenge you. This is a challenge and it should be challenging, right? It should get you out of your comfort zone. You're going to have to deal with the faux pas. You're going to have to deal with the fear of other people's opinions and press and record. But we want to stack these. And look, this weekend, even towards the end of it, you can catch up. Like, no judgment. At any time, you can jump in. We want you to jump in right away. Or if you do them all next Monday or next like whenever you do them, I want you to do every single challenge. Stretch yourself, challenge yourself. Sean, I'm tired. I'm not trying to be mean. Warren Buffett, man. You can do the challenge. You can watch and take notes. I've been the one that's talking. You can watch and take notes. You can write some stuff down. This is Coach Sean speaking. I got to cut you a little bit. You can take notes. You can have your brain hurt. You can take a break, take a nap, sip some tea, set your camera up and press record. You can do this. It's a belief. It's a confidence. It's a leaning in. It's a no excuse mentality. It's a commitment. And Heather, I'm excited because we have another challenge today. What is our daily challenge?
Yes, man, I'm fired up because I'm ready to release some videos. So today, we challenged you yesterday to release your video, and today we want to see your thumbnails. So the post is going up right now, and you can post in the images below your thumbnails. Say, is this a good thumbnail for the video that you released yesterday? Or if you have one coming out this weekend, post that as your challenge, and then we will go through and give feedback to other people. Say that I can't read the font, pull the picture in more, I don't really understand what this is about. And when you do the title, when you do the thumbnail, also in there, tell us what the title is so we can see that those two go together and we can all be giving each other feedback. And remember, when you do these daily challenges, there are some prizes that we're going to be giving away because you are doing the challenges. So the post is actually going live right now. I had an issue, so I'm just re-putting it up for you, and then you'll be able to do it while we're on this stream. It'll go live for you. You're muted, Sean.
As you're posting your thumbnail, or maybe you're designing it today for your next video, and all in the thread of that post, don't miss the next session. Coming up tomorrow is social media hacks for getting more views on every video that you post. And we're also going to be sharing the 50-50 content rule that I promise you've never heard before, and that really nobody teaches, that will change the game as it pertains to getting views and a whole lot more. So that's going to be a great session in the next hour. But there's also a bonus session happening later today, and we're doing a guest creator show. This is going to be tips from people in different niches and exactly how people have grown their channels over the last year. And so Tony is going to be hosting. This is a no miss session. Like, save the date right now. Tony, when is this coming up today?
It's at 4 p.m.
4 p.m. PT. You're not going to want to miss this session because, again, it could be, and I want to keep challenging you to suffocate excuses. Like, there are no excuses. You can either make excuses or get results. You can't do both. And so you might say, oh, well, I don't think I can do a YouTube channel because I'm in this niche, or I don't think this could happen because of this. You got to see this, because this is people with different backgrounds, different styles of channels, different ages, different shapes, different sizes, different ethnicities. That's what I love about YouTube, is literally people from every different background, every place in the world have had success on this platform because YouTube has removed the barriers. Like, it has removed the gatekeepers. Anybody can have a show. Anybody can create content. If you have an internet connection and a phone, the barrier to entry is your hustle, your courage, and you stepping out there. And you're gonna be so inspired, as well as you're gonna get so many tactical tips from people in different niches that have been growing their channels over the last year. And so definitely get to the next couple sessions. And I want to hear your aha moment from this session. Again, number one, we started out talking about FOPO, fear of other people's opinions. And man, I know that's not even something I'm done with yet. I'm still worrying about what people are thinking about me, man. You got to work on that mindset daily and press through different levels of that. But maybe that was you needing to step out. Or the other part was releasing your videos right. Are you being lazy in your descriptions? Have you been like not doing your tags? Have you really not thought about your thumbnails? Do you have too many words in your thumbnails? Are your thumbnails tiny words that you can't even read? Come on, give me something compelling and power twin it with the title. And if you've been getting value out of this session too, smash the thumbs up, heart button, wow face, and we are going to be going into Q&A next. Corey saw that Uber suggests, yeah, that's a super money site, man. Great video ideas. And there's layers of depth you can go through to get even more video ideas. Orlando said, don't use the same title in the thumbnail as the title. No need to do that, right? Because they're both going to have that there. And the aha moment was, let's see, Jill said, kitchen table talk. That's right. Jane saying, just do it. I love it. Jordan said the timing of my topic, so powerful. You don't want to be posting diet and fitness videos on Christmas Day. I tell you what, man. Yes, FOPO, Danny says, so glad you said that because I've been thinking about it, stepping out. Start by answering questions people are asking so that later you can answer the questions they should be asking. Emily, so grateful you're here. Jennifer, love seeing you. Jasmine, Mark, so grateful. Christine, thanks so much for being here. Shannon Lee, really appreciate you. Andrea Martinez, thank you for being a part of this challenge. So many aha moments. Keep them going because when we put our aha moments out into the world, they kind of galvanize and they give us momentum in taking action. And post your latest thumbnail or do it later on the latest challenge post. And I'm going to pass it off to the team as I get some water to jump into our questions. So here we go.
Yes, and the challenge is actually posted and people are already doing their thumbnails. Melissa, I'm so excited to see the creativity and to see people giving feedback on those thumbnails. And they're looking great. The thumbnails I'm seeing are looking great. So I'm excited to jump in today. And if you are VIP, you get front of the line to this Q&A session, and we really want to encourage you to stick around. If you are not VIP, don't worry, because we have other opportunities to answer all questions that are coming in, as many as we can. But because we have tens of thousands of people inside of the challenge, we're giving VIP front of the line for their questions, and they will be related to this and not related. So that's why you want to stick around, because it may be that one aha, that one insight that you've been thinking that one of the other people inside of the challenge has asked. So real quick, what was Tony, do you know, or Mel, someone was asking what the live stream was that Warren Buffett did. If we know what live stream that was. I know that's not like a question, but
Berkshire Hathaway is their annual event, and they couldn't meet in person because of the lockdown and the quarantine, so they just streamed it. And so it is a free thing that you can watch the replay of, and super inspiring. And now we all hold each other accountable. And even Mel will be like, I'll be like, oh man, I just went live for 3.5 hours. I'm a little bit tired. And Mel will be like, Sean,
what about Warren?
What about Warren? And I'm like, okay, all right, there we go. But obviously you got to rest, and obviously fatigue is normal and okay. And we definitely don't ever want you to, push too hard. But I know that for most of us, there is greatness inside of you, and there's greatness inside of me, and there's greatness inside of Mel and Heather. And it's on the edge of getting a little bit uncomfortable and pushing ourselves to our limits that the most growth happens. Again, it's that personal trainer. It's not the first 7 reps that I did 4 years ago. All the things I learned when I was in the gym. But it's the last 2. It's the ones that hurt the most. And so I love seeing that so many of you are saying this challenge is challenging. Good. It's growth. We're experiencing growth, momentum, and we're being challenged. So yeah, Berkshire Hathaway, check that out.
Amazing. And yes, if you want to jump into VIP, we have the whole team in there right now answering questions. So as questions are being asked here, we have other questions inside of there. So if we don't publicly answer it, we are answering them inside of the private community group for VIP. You can still jump into that all the way until I think Monday. You can get into VIP, or maybe we'll extend it. Maybe we'll extend it so people want to have that as accessibility. But Melissa, wasn't that session fire?
Yes, I was texting my friends and stuff that I know are in the challenge, like, be on this session. It's going to be so important. All of them are so important, but I just know that this is a question that my friends ask me all the time. Like, how do I get the right title? What do I do with the thumbnail? And so I was like, just be on this session and it will answer your questions for you. So
yes,
it was really good.
I got a text during this. Someone was like, hey, I know you're doing YouTube. I don't even know if they know the challenge is happening, but they're like, I know you're doing YouTube. I have some questions. Can I ask you? And I was like, go here to the challenge. Watch the last 6 hours of free content of this free course that you're getting right now, being inside of this challenge. But Tony, how about you? I know this is Tony's wheelhouse. This is where he lives here at Think Media, is all inside of this, developing developing the titles and the thumbnails and the releasing. What did you think, Tony?
It was an amazing session. I was super encouraged by the Warren Buffett thing, obviously, at the end, but I just think a lot of the excellence in the details, like all of these little things add up. And I think that something that Sean does so beautifully, and even just behind the scenes, like you guys see him like behind the scenes, he's in the details and he knows that like the details matter. And, he will not leave any stone unturned to see to set up a video to be successful in that drive. And I think that's something that I really take away from his leadership, even through this session and what he's taught, is to be faithful and to be excellent in the minute, and it's going to pay off massively.
And Tony, I would love for you to speak to, these minute details, as you've told us here at Think Media, and, we're friends. You are a creator, just like these other solo creators. So having to really be in the details and really, line by line and rechecking and all of those things, kind of talk about that, because I know that not everyone is in the details in those ways. So can you give the challenge goers some advice on that?
Yeah, I think the main thing is I'm not a very highly administrative person. And I've told Heather that's just not. I'm very creative. I like to think about those kind of things and really almost big picture. I love looking at big picture things. But what I found is that if you can add intentionality to what you're doing, so all day at work, I'm, helping optimize videos, thinking through titles, thinking through strategy, all that kind of stuff, and what we're talking about today. And then a lot of times I get off work, and then I'll do that for my wife's channel, right after I get done with work. And so the thing is, I've experienced doing it as a solo and as a part of a team. And the best way to do this is to create systems for yourself. Kind of like how Sean taught, there was a checklist. I've created a checklist for myself here at Think Media to know, I'm hitting every benchmark that I'm thinking about ahead of time. And I guess that's just taking the time to create that process so then you can go faster. I almost think about it with when they were laying railroad tracks in the United States, whatever, in the however long ago that was. Not a great history buff, obviously. But as they were laying these tracks, it took so much work. They had to literally go track by track laying, hitting the things in, building these tracks. But once they built all the tracks, transportation was completely revolutionized. And so if you can build systems for yourself, just like they built tracks, you're going to go so much faster when you're doing this in the back end after you're done doing a video.
And I found too that it's almost like this rabbit hole. You start going down it and you're like, ooh, I could do this. Ooh, I could do that. No, we do this all the time. Here, even at Think Media, we're like, people haven't made this video yet. Why not? And so it just kind of spirals through it. But you're right. This is intentionality. This is why people win on YouTube, is because they actually are putting the time and effort and consistency and commitment and tenacity and all of the things into creating videos. It's not about just pressing, it is press record, but then below that is being intentional about doing great work. That's what we really want to help you do, is we want to help you do great work. And there is a way to do it right. And so that's where we really wanted to dive into today, was just understanding that system. What does it mean to actually release a video? And like Sean said, title and thumbnail, topic, those are very critical pieces that 90% of creators just overlook. And we don't want you to be that. We want you to be in the top 1% in your industry so you can thrive, so you can get your message out, so you can be an impactful person in the world. And so I'm super fired up, Mel, to get into the VIP Q&A. How about we get into some of that?
Yeah, let's do it. All right. So this is the official start to the VIP exclusive Q&A. And as Heather mentioned, if you're not VIP, still stick around and glean everything you can from the questions that we're going to be answering. We're going to start out with actually some questions that are related to this topic. So this might give more further clarity to anybody who is watching. We have a question from Susie Boshoff in our VIP group asking, Tony, should people brand their thumbnails with really specific colors and fonts?
Yeah, I mean, there's channels that do that, and there's channels that don't do that, and they're both successful. I think when you look at the win for thumbnails, and I kind of mentioned this in a previous Q&A, but the first thing you want to be thinking about with thumbnails is not necessarily how they fit in with thematically, but how it's going to be for that first viewer that finds it in search. Now, obviously, I think over time you might find a style or a color branding or fonts or what have you. But that kind of takes a backseat to trying to get traffic to your video just in general to the person that's just seeing it in isolation. And as your audience and subscriber base grows, you might want to really refine that process and come with a kind of look or feel. And I think that's what Think Media really has done well, even in the newer era of this of 2020, and really trying to brand a lot of our thumbnails so people can recognize our brand when they see it, and they might have associated trust with that brand. So when they see it in another thumbnail, they kind of get our feel and get our brand. But I would just say that kind of takes a backseat. I think the first win that you want to be looking for is the thumbnail that works great for that isolated video when someone hits it in search.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I know that's a question that we have been getting quite a bit, and so I just want to point people back to this video and just hear that, and it'll apply to you maybe later in your YouTube journey when you're really thinking through even in more detail how to strategically approach your thumbnails. So we have a question from Remington about how closely your titles need to match the keywords. So as you're searching for keywords in, even if it's just the YouTube search bar or if it's using some of the tools that we've recommended, do you need to literally so he's saying, for his example, the search term best emulator for PC is what comes up when he is searching, but he wants to put top 10 best emulators for PC in 2020. However, that specific term doesn't have search volume. Tony, can you answer that for us?
Sure. Yeah, I think as a general rule, you do want to have the keyword that you're trying to hit and go for in the title. Now, saying that is kind of the general best practice, but YouTube and Google is also very smart. They're not going to sit there and go oh, this says top 10, this doesn't say best, well, I'm not going to recommend. It is a smart algorithm, but to just set it up for success, I just encourage you, especially earlier on. Now, if you have like Sean said earlier, and you have a lot of subscribers and you have a lot of traction, I mean, those little nuances might not, I don't want to say matter as much, they do matter, but they might not have as big an influence or direction on the video as when you're just starting out and you're a smaller channel. So anything you can do to make YouTube's job more just more simple and easy for it to identify what your video is actually about is the best way to go about it. And so I would encourage you just to use as much as you can the actual keyword you're going for. Make sure that is in the title somewhere, and then surround that with more human phrases, kind of like I was talking about earlier in the stream, about trying to find some good headlines that have been written on either blog posts or other YouTube videos that are ranking. So that's what I would encourage for you, is to just make sure that that keyword is there, especially when you're a smaller channel starting out.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate that. Pamela is asking, when they're researching again their keywords and pulling up topics, trying to decide what to do, what if it doesn't rank very high? What if it's like a middle ground ranking? And should they still create the video?
Sorry, was that for me?
Yeah, sorry, Tony.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah. So I'm not sure what rating you're maybe looking at. You might be looking at, if you're looking at vidIQ's rating for search terms, and maybe you're looking at the overall rating, I wouldn't pay attention to that rating number a ton. I know here at Think Media, we mostly for vidIQ will look at the search volume. And then we will go on YouTube and see the competition there and kind of gauge based on the search volume and the competition, if it's a good video to make. But I will say this, a lot of us, we can dive really deep into tactics and hacks and things like this, like, oh, is that a good rating? Is this a good number? And I'm a nerd, so I will totally be about the numbers all day. I will look at and dissect and think about things. Like, I'll be in bed laying at night thinking about, oh, that keyword could be kind of cool, or this could be like just tossing those ideas around in my mind. But if you're like in your first 30 to 50 videos, I just, that level of like, oh, is it 48 a good rate? Like, I would more try to really be taking massive action on some ones that you just kind of think, hey, this could be a good keyword and the search volume is there. Let's see what happens, because you're very much in that early stage. And then when you find something that works, that's when you're going to all of a sudden double down. When you find a good key term that you find that just explodes and goes way above what your channel is bringing, then you're going to want to double down on that. But again, I wouldn't worry too much about vidIQ's overall ranking. You just want to look for search volume and then check that competition on YouTube and see where maybe you can find a gap in there.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, I know it's interesting because we all use our different ways to search for keywords and everything. There's several different tools that we've been recommending. So I think that's just a good general piece of advice for anybody who is searching. Heather, I have a question from Tate about how do we deal with family and old friends that don't support our mission and maybe some of our biggest critics and haters?
You kill them with kindness. So how do you deal with, your family or old friends that don't support you? I have been very lucky that my family has always just kind of known that I've been a dreamer and a big thinker and kind of done a lot of crazy, wild things in that way. And so I don't know what it feels like to not have family support you. But, there have been times where my husband and I may not agree on the level of dedication or the level of just focus that I have on building business and building a YouTube channel and building. And so I think a lot of that comes with communication. I think a lot of it comes with, have you been sharing where this is going to go for you? If you're just doing it very insular and very selfishly and not actually just expressing to the people that love you and want to support you, have you been in communication with them? Someone on our Think team today said, the benefit of this challenge has really been for them that their family actually understands what they do for work. This is different. This is a new economy. This is a new system. YouTube has been around, but actually making money off of YouTube, being a creator, to be able to build a business using this platform is relatively new. I mean, not even like new, but like new. And so of course people are going to be confused about it. And when people don't understand, they become resistant. And so if traditional business or traditional ways of making money seems like the only option, and the people and that your family, I'm specifically talking about, we'll address friends, but your family specifically, if they're not understanding where this is going, and if you are not being expressive as to what your goals are and why you're doing it, remember, go back, start with your why. That is where you can start to get resistance. And so I recommend, like anything, that you have boundaries around it. If you say, hey, I need to film these videos and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and I need you to be supportive in these areas, have you asked for that support? And then the other thing is, I don't think it's responsible to be irresponsible. Okay, let me take that back. If you are not paying your bills, not doing your job, not helping your family, not being a productive person in the community, then I think it's selfish. And so I want you to just really look at, am I still contributing the ways I should be, right? Am I still, paying my bills? Am I still helping my mom do the dishes? Whatever that is, I don't know what it is for you, but are you still being productive and building on the side and building up your dream and creating videos when you can? Are those two things happening? So that's with family. And with friends, I've really noticed that as I've gone through my career, as I've gone through my entrepreneurial journey, that sometimes some friends just won't stick around. And that's okay. And I do very much believe that the 5 people you most surround yourself with is who you are and where you're going in life. So if you're hanging out with people who don't care about this, or don't care about going after their dreams, or don't care about being more than average in the world, then you're probably going to have the same mindset. Same thing as like, if I hang around 5 friends who are constantly drinking green juice and constantly eating the salad and constantly going to good restaurants, well, guess what? I'm probably going to live a healthier lifestyle. Why? Because I'm surrounding myself with people that are doing that. Same thing goes for this. Same thing goes for building an online business. Same thing goes for wanting to do YouTube and be a creative. Are you surrounded with other people who are passionate about being creative? I want you to really think about this. Journal this. Think about this throughout the day today. Who are the 5 closest people to me? And while I love my family, they support what I'm doing. But when I look at my friends, Sean Cannell, one of my best friends, Sonia Cannell, one of my best friends, Melissa Caputo, one of my best friends, Tony Ariola, one of my best friends. Why? Because we support each other. Not only are we a team and we're building a business together, whether they stick around or whether they go off to do their own ventures, we're still going to be connected. Why? Because we are building each other up. And so when you think about your friends, sometimes you just have to not be friends with them. It sounds crazy, but like, we've been tricked into thinking we should be following everyone and we should be friends with everyone. You don't actually have to. Like, I'm giving you the permission right now to say that if someone is bringing negativity into your life around this or around other things, is not supportive of you, is saying negative things, is not speaking life into you, then maybe they're not actually a friend. I know it's crazy, but like, maybe they're actually not the person that needs to be in your life. And maybe you need to go out and seek out people that are going to support you. Not people that are going to flatter you for unnecessary things, but that are going to challenge you. They're going to have you step up. We had a friend that came over, came over when they were allowed to. And I said, have you guys even created like a budget, a plan in your life? And they're like, no one's ever like brought that up. And I'm like, you can make $10,000. You have the skills inside of you. You can make $20,000 a month. You can do this. I'm speaking to you. You could do this. But it doesn't happen without a plan. Here's how I would plan it. And they were like, oh my gosh, none of our friends have ever said that. Why? Because they're not around challenging friends. You got to get around challenging people. And so that's what I would say if you're really thinking about your family. I think family, there's nothing better than your family. But if you've got a sister who's toxic, maybe that sister doesn't need to be in your ear every single day. Maybe that sister is more of like a once a week friend, right? Like, think about that. But really get around people. That's what this community is here. That's why we wanted to put this challenge together. We wanted creators to rise up. We wanted to lead a movement of people who are thinking different. That's why we're here. And so I want to challenge you. Write down your 5 closest friends. That circle, that inner circle is powerful and probably one of the best investments that I've made to get to where I am. The people in my life have actually pushed me to be where I am. Like I said before, I would never have been on video unless I had met Sean Cannell. And he had spoken life into me and said, no, you've got a message. You need to be in front of the camera. I was worried about my crooked teeth. I was worried about my face. I was worried about my weight that I've had to handle throughout my life. Like, I was worried that I don't know how to spell and I don't know how to talk. And I sometimes talk fast and I talk loud. I'm Italian, so I like to be passionate about what I'm doing. Some people don't like that. But he spoke life into me. And he said, no, you need to be on camera. You need to share this. People need you. And because of that, we're now doing this. But it wouldn't have been unless someone was actually there in my life every day telling me I'm worth it, telling me I could do this. And so those are the type of people I want in your life.
Thanks, Heather. I knew that you were going to be fired up about that one. It's something we've talked about quite a lot, just even between our team members, as we all are struggling with that. It's common to have people who just don't understand. I think an important thing to remember too is that it's not always coming from a place of malice or people like wanting to pull you down. It's oftentimes just people don't understand. So we can have grace, but also, protect our mindset and everything too, as Heather was talking about. So I really appreciate that advice, Heather. Constant reminder for myself.
Constant reminders all the time, Melissa. And
Yeah.
it is hard when, your family doesn't support you. They don't know what my dad was in the military for 26 years. He is a born and bred American man served his country, and then his daughter makes videos and gets paid to do that. Like, it doesn't connect. And so sometimes you have to just have grace. It's not like he doesn't support me, but it was like, I'm sorry, what, you don't want to go to school, you're dropping out of college because you want to build an entrepreneur, you want, like, it doesn't correlate. And so sometimes you just have to have grace for people, have grace that you're thinking different, and then maybe just nudge them a little bit here and there, give them a little bit here and there, and you'll start to see, hopefully, that support happen.
And I think when you're talking about friends, I've always lived with the mantra of the people that are closest to me, right? The people that are closest to me, are they true friends of my future? Because if they're not friends of my future and they're not pulling the greatest things out of me and really steering me in that direction, that's like, I've lost friendships because that has been the case. And not in a malicious way, but just a matter of I want to be somewhere different in my life. And I think it's so brilliant when you can make those decisions, even though they're hard, and it can really help you out.
Yeah. Okay.
People sign up for YouTube, guys, and we're giving them deep. I see Sean in the comments. He's like, "This is deep. True friends for your future. Like, this is what matters. Like, get around people like this. Get around people that are supporting you and giving life, and just." We always say we're so lucky as the Think Team because, one, we all love each other like family, but not even that. Each one of us just brings something out of each of us, and it's just amazing to see the growth that's happened. Mel's on camera. Tony's a certified Think Media coach now. I mean, these things didn't just happen. It's because we were around each other and we were challenging each other to get better.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for that. And as you guys are in this community, I hope that you're also building relationships as well with people who understand what you're doing, who are in the space, and who are going to be encouraging and supporting you along the way. Because I know that's not something that everybody gets to have, but this challenge is an amazing opportunity for you to be able to connect. Don't do it in a spammy way. Don't DM every single person asking them to be your friend. But when you find genuine connection with people who are doing what you're doing, who are in a similar niche or even a different niche, but your personalities blend because you can see the way they're commenting, make those connections and value those relationships. Okay, so Tony, a question from Kevin about, we're going back to just the overall style of your thumbnails. We're gonna have to go back to this a couple times, I think. Kevin, as well as a couple other people, asked, can you name some good fonts to use on thumbnails? Are there any rules? What are we looking for when we're trying to pick our fonts?
That is such a good question. And it's so hard because it is an artistic question, so it's very subjective. Here's the guardrails I want to put on this, is that when you're looking at fonts, especially for thumbnails, you don't want, I'm getting the terms mixed up in my mind. It's either, I think it's sans serif font, if you don't know what I'm talking about. Basically, you don't really want fonts with a lot of edges and kind of fancy designs on them and that are very thin, because they just aren't going to stand out because a thumbnail is really tiny. So I know some of the ones we use here are Helvetica, and there's tons of different iterations of Helvetica New. We just really want bold, clear font with clear lines, so that people can read it when it's really small. That's one of the errors that you might be doing, or mistakes you might be making with your thumbnails, is if you're editing them on your monitor and you have them kind of pulled up bigger, is you're seeing them really big, so you feel like you need to fill all of this space with text. You need to fill all this space when really a lot of space being what's called it's not filled up all the way. That's actually can be a good thing for a thumbnail. And if you have really clear text with only a few words with a really bold, thick font, that'll really help it stand out and be readable. So I would just use those guardrails. Again, it's a very subjective question because you're gonna name probably 10 YouTubers off the top of your head. They're like, no, but they use these crazy fancy fonts and this and that. We're just saying from a general rule of thumb, if you're coming at it with a new YouTube channel and you're trying to get discovered, we wanna just give you all the tools to really kind of stack the chips in your favor for you to be able to be discovered when people are searching for your topic.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Trail King says that they only have a budget to purchase one keyword help tool. And so they want to know, would you recommend vidIQ or Ubersuggest or something else?
Ubersuggest, you can get a lot of it for free. So this is how I'd prioritize my money. I would go, vidIQ is probably the must-have tool, and I would go at the pro level. The pro level, if you paid all up front, I think it's like $7.50 a month. If it's not all up front, it's $10 a month. That's one of the ones I would really encourage you to get. The other one, it's kind of like we've mentioned here and there. If you like, again, it's a little bit of pay, but it's like, I mean, it almost equates out to maybe a couple bucks a month. Is something called Keywords Everywhere. You can look that up. You basically have to buy credits. It's kind of confusing how they do the payments for this, but I would just try to, like, if you had maybe like $15 a month to spend on a keyword tool, I would go vidIQ for 10 and then an extra $5, which is going to be overkill a month. You're not going to spend that much a month on Keywords Everywhere. I would use Ubersuggest, vidIQ, Keywords Everywhere. That would be your 3 synergizing tools along with the YouTube search, obviously.
All right, Tony, I'm just going to keep handing you these questions. We've got some specific, people want the specifics here. So Zena, Tony wants to know, what is the length that they should be aiming for in their YouTube title?
Okay, length is great. So I think you really want to, in the first probably like 50 characters, really be hitting kind of like your topic. You don't want it to be like your main keyword, because the problem is if you make it really long, in a lot of places people see it, it might get cut off actually. So if you're doing like a how-to video, you wouldn't be like, if it's like how to make your bed, for example, you wouldn't be like how to look at and pull over the sheets to make your bed. You don't want to put those keywords past like 60, 70 characters, because they're most likely going to get buried or cut off when people are looking for them. So I would say this is that if you can pack a powerful title in about like 60, 70, 80 characters, that's probably a good spot to be at. But again, these are guidelines, they're not rules. We've broken that rule and not done that for tons of titles. So it's more just a general practice that you kind of want to aim for.
Thanks, Tony. Heather, I did not even realize I was doing that.
Heather and Heather. I already like, she's my best friend already because she's got a great name.
I don't know how I didn't even realize that. I was just about to say that. Heather Lingerfeld is asking, do you suggest replying to haters when they do come, or do you just ignore them? What is the tactic, the actual strategy on the ground?
Okay, do you reply to haters? I think this is a case-by-case basis. I have a no-hater policy. You hate on me, you're gone. Like, this is my space that I'm creating on the internet, and if you're going to be mean, you're out. And I think that is just a general rule, because I don't want negativity in my space. Now, I do think that there's a difference between critiques that we take as haters and actual haters. An actual hater is someone who attacked me last week, who said, I'm scum, I'm nothing, I'm ugly, like nothing productive to actually say about what I'm actually producing. So goodbye, you're gone. I'm removing you, and I'm not even going to reply. I'm not even going to spend time doing that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with guarding your space. Guarding your space is very important. I do think, though, that there is real criticism or actual feedback that because it is criticism, we take as, oh, they don't like me, oh, they're being mean. But at the same time, maybe it's really not that bad. So I would say, for me, our policy here at Think Media is, if you're mean, you're out. That's what it is. You're mean, you're out. You're spamming, you're out, because that's not what we're trying to create here. We want to guard our space. Same thing as if think about it this way. YouTube is a business. So what if you opened up a coffee shop and someone came into your coffee shop and just started like saying mean things to you? You would tell them to leave, right? So at the same time, while it is like, I understand it's the internet and people can put things that they want out there, also remember that this is your space. Guard your heart, guard your space. Again, like I said the other day, though, while I do that, I also have massive empathy for the haters. Because if you are feeling so low that you want to put hate in the world and comment negatively about the way someone looks or sounds, or you don't agree with their message, I want to have empathy for them. I pray for that person, because they obviously are in a space where they feel like only coming out of their mouth is negativity. And I want to make sure that I give space for that. But at the same time, if you're negative, you're out. If you're mean, you're out, because we are creating light in the world. We are here to bring good news to the world. And so for us, you can oppose us, go find your own tribe. I am not right for everyone, and that is okay. But you're not going to sit in my bubble and speak negativity to me. You're out. That's how I would handle it.
Thanks, Heather. It's interesting because today's session we started out with that really powerful, information about protecting yourself and about how to handle that kind of criticism, and then we went into the real tactics of thumbnails. So in the questions and balancing, like here's the we're gonna have some emotions, and let's get down to what your topic length is.
We'll go Tony, do all the titles. Heather, please speak truth and heart and light. Opposite, but at the same time. But here's what the beautiful part is. You need both, right? Like in order to do all of this, you need both. You need the mindset and the tactics. And that's why the Think team, I just love you guys, because we bring all of it out. And I think it's so important. Sean started with that. You got to start with the right mindset, but then you also have to know how to do the job. Like you also have to know how to do these things. So it's just beautiful. I love that we get to do this.
And both of you guys know the answers to both of these kinds of things. Tony could also really hit us hard with some wisdom and encouragement too, but I'm just trying to balance out these questions here. So, Tony, I have a question from Angela about live streaming and just about in general having a pre-recorded intro to your videos. So the first part of the question is, should you have a pre-recorded segment in all of your videos that just plays in the beginning, introduces yourself? And then the second part of the question is, should you have that also every time you do an interview or a live stream?
Okay, so if I'm understanding the question correctly, they're saying for a live stream, they want to have an intro that plays, like a recorded intro that plays, like live, or okay.
Yeah.
So here's my thoughts on that kind of thought for live streams. People, especially if you're advertising it as a live stream, it really should probably be live. Like it should be as much to close to 100% live. There's even like people that are really avid fans of live streams, and if they sniff out that it's not actually live, they can actually turn on you. Like, and not to like scare you or anything like that, but I'm just saying you mostly want to try to keep your live streams as live as possible. Now, if you're mentioning it as far as like you had a live stream and you want to like repurpose that video and add an intro to it and stuff like that, we do that all the time because it just frames in the live stream for people that maybe are watching it afterwards and they're not in the live stream. If you want to like re-release as a separate video, that's a whole different discussion. But I would just say a good rule of thumb is if you're going live, be live. And just keep in your mind an extra power tip for you that you might see Sean do. You will see Sean do this all the time, and he's actually a brilliant genius at this. When he does go live, he is always thinking about the replayability. What does that mean? He's thinking about not the people necessarily in the live stream, although he will address them. From the beginning of the video, he's thinking about the person that's clicking through this video after I've already been live and it's over. So he'll lead in with the topic and what we're talking about and why they need to watch this video, and then he'll maybe lean into more of the live interactions. So I would just say to keep those things in mind and keep your live streams live as much as possible. That way people are feeling like they're getting that genuine connection with you.
Yeah, thanks. Sean, as the brilliant genius on this topic, would you like to chime in?
Of how you guys do the live streams over on Video Influencers with the like live intro and how you do the replayability, and because someone was asking, should I have a pre-recorded intro for my live? What does that look like? And I know you and Benji have really engineered a new way of doing it.
Yeah, so a couple things. First of all, I think you got to think about levels of live. Level 1 is just off your phone. You can go live directly on Facebook or directly on YouTube with 1,000 subscribers from your smartphone. It's going to be real time. There's not going to be any fancy tech in that. The second level is going to kind of be like some sort of software. And so we're using StreamYard. So StreamYard's amazing. We use this for our Think Marketing channel. And if you haven't been to our Think Marketing channel, I'll have Tony bring it up and show you one of our Think Q&As with Heather, Melissa, and myself. And we just use StreamYard and we send it straight to YouTube. And I think this is probably the level that I would recommend you watching this challenge grow into. Here's a couple like strategies we do around this. Number 1, we actually think about our title ahead of time and we want to have some replay value to it. And so we'll put a powerful title, we'll teach a little bit at the beginning, and then we'll do like Q&A for the rest of the time. So there's sort of a good reason for people to come back and watch it at a later time. It's StreamYard, it's webcams, Mel's at her house, Heather's at her house. It's a really good way to bring on one of the most powerful strategies. Many of you are watching. You should interview authors, interview other influencers, interview people in your niche, interview other business leaders. Very easy to do with StreamYard. Remember, you can go to thinkmediatools.com and we have a little discount. And again, you can get StreamYard for free, but it lets you take the watermark away and it lets you put your own branding, just like we have Think on here. So using simple software like that, the next level would be getting kind of crazy. And so yeah, Benji at Video Influencers, and even me here, I'm on just a webcam here, but behind this, I've got like a full-on live streaming setup. And Tony will be sharing in the group our best cameras for live streaming video, as well as our like live streaming crazy setup. And that is, I would say, down the road. Remember, complexity is the enemy of execution. Let's say that again. Complexity is the enemy of execution. If you get too complex too soon, you'll get paralyzed and you won't take action. That's why last night Heather was like, just grab your phone. Yeah, make a game plan, make a wish list. Get like the ideal stuff that you want camera-wise or whatever. You can grow into that, but you got to start simple. You can start simple and scale as you go. Complexity is the enemy of execution. Creativity works best in constraints. So when you actually are limited, I'm just using my phone or I'm just using StreamYard, and then use it for like a year. You know, I actually, because I got so fancy, and here's a disclaimer about everybody who talked last night, including Tony. We are all highly flawed human beings. No, like, of course we all are. But like all the content creators, we are messed up. Tony's messed up. I'm jacked up.
That's
Omar Nolan.
awesome.
What's wrong with us? We are so deep in tech that we're too deep for our own good. Meaning, like we start, and sometimes we get too complex. I'll fall into this. Sometimes I'm like, what, you know, I make it too complex for my own good. When you only have like one camera and like one thing to use, you're better off because you're limited to just create, and not get bogged down in the tech. Big disclaimer for what, like Benji's YouTube studio is $20,000. Right? So, like if you watch that show, it's ridiculous. You know, my setup's probably like $6,000, and you could probably, again, you can go Logitech webcam, USB microphone, when they're not being price gouged during the pandemic. You're talking like $200 a year to get started in StreamYard on your computer, right? So you can grow into this, but the power of like we use vMix, and what we do is we can play pre-recorded videos. You know, you can do a little bit of that in StreamYard. Our countdown is uploaded right here in StreamYard. I play my first video, that's uploaded right here in StreamYard. You can share your screen with the audio. You can kind of jimmy rig some stuff, but we are able to play like clips from other videos, B-roll from other videos over top, music, intros. You can get fancy. But for most of you, and I would even say for those of you like, I could handle that, I would even encourage you not to. And to go back to the Think Marketing Q&A show, StreamYard's 720p, and if I didn't have Heather and Melissa in my life to speak truth and reality, they're like, yo, it's fine. It looks great. People, I don't even see a difference. But Tony and I are so geeked out on tech that we're like, no. We gotta have the depth of fit, we gotta have all this stuff. And you need to remember, it's the content value, not the production value. You can make the production value better as you go. But I actually want to challenge even you that are fancy to start simpler. And what was really this pandemic, I know it's hard, I know it's affected a lot of people, but it's also a gift, and I'll tell you why. Because it actually, if you allow it, it'll force you out of your comfort zone and force you to get creative. We started a new show called Coffee with Cannel during this pandemic. Heather said, start the show. And so I started doing it live on Facebook, and now it's both double streamed on Facebook and our Think Marketing channel. And we cut out a clip of that show, and it's an extra upload on Think Media. And not zero people have said like, wait a minute, like this doesn't look as good as your Sony DSLR that has the bi-Luminix stacked 32 megapixel thing. The audio quality, what lighting are you using in the scene right here, bro? What are you? Nobody. There has been zero comments because it's the content value, and we actually not only have this new show called Coffee with Cannel, but a clip of that show is an extra upload on our YouTube channel every week. Done is better than perfect. Content value is more important than production value. Heather just wanted me to tell you about the fancy video influencer setup, but I'm here to tell you, you don't need fancy. You need to press record, and you need to start simple. And here's what I'm excited about. Maybe our Think Media Q&A show in a year or 2 years, maybe Mel's house and Heather's house, and maybe we'll have some fancy schmancy transformer software with something else. But guess what? It won't even really matter because it'll still be about the content value, but we can level up as we go. We were forced to stop getting together and shooting the same way as we used to. So we had to start using StreamYard. You know that the pandemic like pushed us to do this challenge? Do you see how that's like a gift? Like we're here connected with you, building these friendships and relationships because we got displaced out of our comfort zone. And by the way, I was like, I wanted to make this more complicated. Like that's the problem with like Tony, Nolan, Omar. I was trying to actually make even this challenge, but you probably are like, no, this is dope. Like, and StreamYard's so amazing. I literally don't want you to use anything else. Get a webcam, get a USB mic, get a computer or laptop, and use StreamYard. But Sean, I was wondering, no, use StreamYard. Because it's the friction, it's so easy to use. It's web-based. You notice we could flip around everybody and put up little like banners. It's easy. Because even if you're super fancy, I want your energy to go into the content. I want your energy to go into delivering value. I want your energy to go into the training you build. I want your energy, you know, I build these things out on like PowerPoint. I want your energy to go into the content, not the production value. All right. You tapped me in.
My favorite, they were loving the hater voice, Sean. You got to keep that one going. Your hater voice, me.
Yeah, well, it's a double stack sensor. I don't know. My name's Tony. I would go with Sony because like I want to be able to upgrade, dude. Tony, you just need a phone.
I messed up, man. I learned that from my boss today. Guys.
I know.
No, you're right. You're right.
Up.
We both thought.
Also,
Heather
Sean,
is the wise woman of the world.
Thank you. Just keep those compliments coming. No, I love that people were saying, is Sean preaching to himself right now? Because you're like, it doesn't matter. You got to do it. So yeah, and Tony and I were just having this argument this morning because as you guys know, we were on the web base and Sean was a little glitchy and people were kind of freaking. And it's like, it's okay. We're okay. We're going to get through the content. It's okay. And we want to be here to serve you. And this is the medium we're going to use to do it. So super excited. Thanks, Sean, for sharing that live streaming message. That was great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in, Sean. I do want to do a little housekeeping question. So somebody's asking just about how the challenge is working, if it's supposed to be that you're doing all of these challenges for one single video, and how do you submit your challenges? So I just want to bring a little clarity into this. Heather, do you want to?
Go right ahead, Mel. Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead. And then I can jump in with wherever I need to.
Okay. So with the challenges, the idea through doing this is that you could be doing this all for one video. These are all the steps that you could be taking for one single video, but it's not necessary by any means. So you could have posted a video you just created yesterday, you'd already done a thumbnail, you'd already gotten that wrapped up, and then today you post a thumbnail for a different video. That's totally fine. Honestly, we wouldn't even know, to be perfectly honest with you. But it's also it's a matter of going at your pace. And so some people will go through this whole challenge working on just like 1 or 2 videos, or maybe they're just trying to dial in their channel. And some people are going to be busting out a video every single day. So this is your pace. So, interpret the challenge however you need to. And I promise you, we are not going to be tracking down if you followed, the challenge exactly for every single video. It's really just, we want to encourage you to be participating, to be taking the challenge seriously and working on them every day. But we're not policing if you're doing it all for 1 video or 10. You're okay. Don't stress. And then also just letting you know that every day we are posting a separate post for the challenge. And so every single day there's a separate post. It will say very clearly on it that this is the challenge for day 1 or for day 2 or for day 3. So you'll be posting something different on each one of those posts. So on the first day, if you're going back to it, you're answering some questions that are revolved around getting clarity for your channel. Answer those questions in the thread. The next day, you're going to be posting, let me see, Heather, I think, let me get it. I'm trying to make sure I don't do it wrong. The third day, like yesterday, you posted an actual video. So you're posting the link to that video. Today, you're going to be posting a thumbnail. So you're posting something different on each one of these posts, but each day there's a separate Facebook post. I hope I did not make that
Yeah,
more.
there was a title one also. So it was, answer your questions. What was your why? What's your channel about? Who's it for? What direction are you going? The second one was, we got to get the titles because we want to research before we press record. So we need to figure out what is the topic, what is the title. Then we recorded the video, and then now we're doing the thumbnail. So yesterday you could have released that video, which we said, rock on, release the video. We just want to keep you moving with action, because these are the actions that we take every single time we do a video here at Think Media. For every single video, we ask why, who's it for, what's this video, what's the topic? We research the title before we even press record. We then record the video, and then we do the thumbnail, and we get the release stuff ready. Like Sean said, the metadata and all the, we get all of that ready, and we release the video. And then tomorrow we're going to be going into what do you do after you press record? Because guess what? It doesn't end once you press record and the video's flown from the nest. You got other things to do. And so those are the ways you could walk through this challenge. And I want to encourage you, do at least one of the challenges. Don't just sit back. Don't just take notes. Don't just look at this as like what you did in college where you're like, I'm going to wait till the last day to do everything. No. We're going to actually do the challenges as we're going, because that is getting those muscles built, those taking action muscles built. Excited about it, Mel. And it's for everyone. So VIP and someone asked that, are the challenges only for VIP? They're for everyone. They're posted here in the group, and you can see every challenge under the units section. If you go to your unit section, you can see each of the videos as well as the challenges in the units.
All right, great. I want to jump into some more questions from our VIP. So Heather, Julia is asking, would you suggest trying to plan out, trying to actually outline all of your videos for a whole year?
Good.
Or should you be doing it in smaller chunks? That's
No.
what I do. Can you?
No, but I do have, so what was your name, Julia?
Julie,
here's what I would suggest. What are your content buckets? What do you want to make sure you cover? So a couple things, we talked about this. What industry are you in? Okay, well, I'm in fitness. Okay, well, what niche are you in? Well, I help pre and postnatal moms with their fitness. Okay, so what are the content buckets I cover? I cover actual exercises. I cover breathing techniques, and I cover I really get into like newborn. Maybe those are like the 3 things I cover. Okay, so that's my example. And what does it look like for the whole year? Well, I would look at the whole year, and I would say, okay, well, are there big things that I want to cover on certain maybe months? Not that you need it. This is a very content-driven strategy, and do not get overwhelmed. We do not do this at Think Media right now. So I'm just giving you what would be the ideal situation if you were like, I have all the time and I can do this. This is what I would do, because I'm a planner. I would look at the calendar, and I would say, what around certain times of the year do I want to be creating content? We do this on a 3-month schedule here at Think Media, but say you did the whole year, because you asked about should you plan the whole year. I would say, like, maybe around Mother's Day, you want to do certain things in May, or maybe it's like summertime, you're going to do more getting out of the house type things, or maybe around Christmas time, it's mostly like how to nurture yourself through the holidays and what type of exercises to do, or, there's certain things you can be covering in those different times. But here at Think Media, we do it on about a 3-month schedule of what types of videos we want to cover. And we also know that we want to be hitting all of our content buckets. So rather than being super tech heavy for a whole month, we like to make sure that we're doing tech videos, so actual like new cameras, new lights, new things. And then we want to do how to use those videos. So things like how to actually use this Canon, the settings of the Canon, the actual way to get the best audio. Like, how do you use the products you have? And then we want to do tips on how to use those products to grow your channel. So how do you get views on YouTube? What does it look like to be a creator? All of those types of questions. And so we want to mix that content in. So when I look at like my homeschool content channel, like Sean said, I would want to be looking, okay, back to school. I don't want to post a video on the day kids go back to school. I want to start doing content the entire summer, because that's when parents are actually looking up those keywords. What is the trends that are happening? They're looking up those keywords about 3 months before. And then when's the second big time people start homeschooling is during the holiday break time, like the Christmas break time. They've done like half a year and they're like, this isn't what I want to do, or they make a big move in their life or whatever the situation is. There's usually 2 big times in a year when parents shift to home learning. And so I would want to be planning my content around like, what is the best type of curriculum? How to transition your child from school, homeschooling versus public schooling. Maybe I should make another video about that. You know, those are the type of things I would want to think about. But your content should be structured. Like, you should just be like, what video do I want to make? No, you know who you're serving. We've talked about this. You know who your channel is for.
Hang on, I'm coming back. There we are. Jenny should have me now, and I'm going to bring in another video. Get rid of this one for now. I'm going to bring this guy up on top, which should have done something that it did not. Let's try that and see if that makes a difference. Okay, let's go live. Hang on a second, I'm going to work this out. So while that is live, I gotta fix this real fast. Screen share, video share, playback controlled, transition, and we don't see you. Maybe just because it's not there. Let's try that. Transition and see, this makes a difference.
If you've watched any videos about YouTube growth or indeed more courses in this academy, this is not the first time you will have heard this, and it certainly won't be the last. Channel focus is crucial to the success of your channel. Channel focus does come in many different forms and shapes and sizes, but ultimately the goal of the channel is to deliver a similar message and value to your audience every single time they watch a video on your channel. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of why this is so important. And this is all to do with keywords. We've already talked about this magnificent channel, Tie Hole, and its videos that pretty much all start with how to tie a tie. You know exactly what you're going to get from that channel, and it has profited with tens of millions of views. Now take Marshmallow, a channel from a musician, a very popular musician. As we can see, 40 million.
Oh, absolutely bizarre. That should be playing and it's not. What did I do wrong? Media source is off. That is on. Let's go back to my buddy. You should absolutely be playing. I'll try it again. Media source, the window capture. Okay, Chrome window. Let's try this. Second Chrome window. See if that makes a difference. Chrome window 2.
If you've watched any videos about YouTube growth or indeed more courses in this academy, this is not the first time you will have heard this, and it certainly won't be the last. channel focus is crucial to the success of your channel. Channel focus does come in many different forms and shapes and sizes, but ultimately the goal of the channel is to deliver a similar message and value to your audience every single time they watch a video on your channel. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of why this is so important. And this is all to do with keywords. We've already talked about this magnificent channel, Tie Hole, and its videos that pretty much all start with how to tie a tie. You know exactly what you're going to get from that channel, and it has profited with tens of millions of views. Now take Marshmallow, a channel from a musician, a very popular musician, as we can see, 40 million subscribers. And you would expect that channel to have a lot of music content, and they do, and it's very successful. But for some strange reason, on a particular video, they decided to show their viewers how to tie a tie, the Windsor Knot tie tutorial. And despite this channel having 40 million subscribers, this video, after a few weeks, has just 350,000 views. That's less than 1% of their subscriber base. Versus a channel that's all to do with how to tie a tie, which has 150,000 subscribers and a video with over 60 million views. That is the power of using keywords that are focused on your channel, becoming the thought leader, the ambassador, the go-to channel for particular keywords, rather than trying to be scattergun and choosing whatever keywords you want and thinking that you can just rank for it because you're a big channel or because you create the best content. It simply doesn't work like that. Now, I will accept that was a big numbers example, so let's go a little more considered, potentially where you are now in your current YouTube journey. Here we have a tech channel called Home Tech Reviews, and they were simply reviewing any tech products that they picked up. So it might be a smartwatch one day, then a smart home hub the next day, even a vacuum cleaner. But on one of the videos, this channel stumbled upon a new tablet called the Samsung Galaxy Tab S5e. If you want to consider that a keyword, you certainly can do. And this video for that channel went viral. 9,500 views, 10, 20 times more views than what they were doing before. And what this channel decided to do after that one successful video was pivot all of their content to the sole endeavor of doing more content on the Samsung Galaxy Tab S5e. And as you can see, the views went through the roof. 12,000, 4,000, 20,000. Even a video on how to use comic books on the tablets, very niche subject, was far more popular than any of the other videos they were making, because the root keyword, the top topic that was being discussed, was the Samsung Galaxy Tab S5e. But what happened with this channel is that they ran out of content for this piece of technology. The last video they did on the tablet was about a cover case that got 3,000 views, and then they went on to random tech topics once again. And the next video they made, a smartwatch video, got just 200 views. They lost 90% of their audience. And this is where a channel has the authority. They become almost the ambassador for a particular keyword. And if they capitalize that and concentrate their content on that sole topic, that sole niche, they can grow their channel very rapidly. A lot of people will argue that they don't want to be pigeonholed for a certain type of keyword, topic, product, or whatever. But my personal advice and experience tells me time and time again that when you concentrate 2 inches wide, a mile deep on a particular topic and become YouTube's best friend for that topic, it can really help grow your channel, at least in the beginning. And then once you have an engaged community, you can take them on a journey wherever you want with their content. Now, there is just one more example I want to show you here, and that's a channel, still relatively small at this point, but growing very fast, that is capitalizing on keywords, but also jumping into different trending topics. It's an ASMR channel, and ASMR is massive on YouTube these days, so it's highly competitive, difficult to break into. This channel, however, called ASMR Mag UK, is, look at this, On each of the titles, they start in exactly the same way. ASMR eating edible or ASMR eating, and every single title starts like that for their video. So it's telling YouTube with every single video that this is my core topic, ASMR eating. But then what they do is they add in all sorts of trending keywords, such as ASMR eating edible iPhone 11. Now that makes me really curious as to what this video is about. This person is actually eating iPhones? I need to click on this and find out what's going on. They're using their key root core keyword and combining it with trending keywords and placing a unique spin on ASMR, eating things that shouldn't actually be edible. So let's save you a lot of time, effort, and frustration. Before you start doing the hard research on keywords, establish what your channel is about. What is your target audience? Who should be watching? Why should they be watching? And if you put yourself in the viewer's shoes for a second, what type of things would they be searching for? Start to build a list of common keywords and phrases that you would search for if you were trying to find the content that you're making the videos about. And try and stick to core topics. Niche topics are especially good for smaller channels. It's no good making a video about politics one day and then a NFL football game video the next, because those topics are so spread apart that you're not going to satisfy your audience with every single video that you make. And that's what you want to be targeting really with the content, and then how you pitch that content to YouTube using the titles, the descriptions, the metadata, so that YouTube has a good understanding of where your videos will best be placed on YouTube so that they can be searched for and discovered and viewed by your potential audience.
Go back to line. And so this last search type was designed by
All right, let's kick off with some headline statements that will help educate you as to why keywords are so important on YouTube. The first one you probably already know. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world on the internet. When Google isn't sufficient and people want information which they can both see and hear, they turn to YouTube. But that's not all, because YouTube is larger than Bing, Yahoo, AOL, and Ask search engines combined. And that equals over 5 billion searches per month. Now, what does this mean as a video creator on the YouTube platform? Well, take a look at this as a near perfect example. You've got an important interview in the morning, but it's been a long time since you've actually dressed up smartly. So you may need to Google, or in this case YouTube, how to tie a tie. Well, believe it or not, there is a channel on YouTube designed just for that. It's called Tie Hole, and all it does, or all it did, was publish videos on how to tie ties in different styles. One of the videos on that channel has in excess of 60 million views gained in the last 10 years. Now, if you look at the title of this video, it delivers in multiple ways. First of all, people searching on YouTube are instinctively going to search for something as simple as how to tie a tie. But what it also does is specify what type of knot you are going to tie, and also adds extra information such as you'll be able to do this slowly so you can follow the video, and that it's mirrored so it doesn't confuse you when you're trying to tie the tie yourself. By being one of the first videos on the subject on YouTube for this topic, this has brought in tens of millions of views for this channel. But they've gone a step further by dedicating their entire channel to how to tie ties in different ways. And as you can see from the videos, they've got millions of views, hundreds of thousands of views, because it delivers exactly what the audience wants every single time they search for that keyword, key phrase. Now, keyword research often falls into the realm of SEO, otherwise known as search engine optimization. And there are three ways you can classify search when we talk about SEO. The first is navigational, and this is where people enter search queries with the intent on finding something very particular on a website or a web page or indeed YouTube. This might be, for example, a channel such as PewDiePie or a particular song from a particular artist. The next type of search is informational, and this has less to do with the source of information, so you might not be so interested in the author or the artist, but you are interested in the type of content. So instead of searching for a particular music and band, you may search for a type or genre of music, or you may search for a game irrespective of the creator who's making videos about that game. Also, this is where you would find how-to information. For example, when you search for how to get more views on YouTube, to begin with, you might not be too interested in who's giving you the information, but once you trust that source, then in the future, you may search for that creator because you believe what they have to say about how to get more views on YouTube is important. And then there is the transactional type of search, where there is a clear intent from the search person that they want to make a purchase by the end of their search. So they may be looking for the iPhone 11 or the latest Power Ranger or the hot beauty products that have been released this month because they want to buy them. You will discover that as you start out on YouTube and you are a small channel, your searches will be more successful if you provide transactional or informational type of search results in your titles. That's because, to begin with, I'm sorry to say, but nobody is really interested in you. They're not invested in your success as a video creator. Usually they just want answers to questions, and it just so happens that you are the one providing those answers. Once you start to build a community and people become more invested in you, then you become a destination. People will start to search for you rather than what your content is about. So try to consider this as you first start creating titles if your channel is very much going to be based on search intent. Now, from these three types of keyword searches, they will fall into two distinct categories, and those are either trending keywords or evergreen keywords. And depending on what type of search content you are targeting may influence how you make your videos. For example, let's say the latest iPhone has just been released by Apple. Do you want to spend a week crafting together a video after all of the hype has died down? Possibly not. Because it's a very trending keyword, and as we reach the launch or the announcement of such a product, the keyword is going to spike. So you may want to think about getting your content out as quickly as possible. That might mean quantity is better than quality. On the other hand, if there is a type of keyword that you think is going to be around for years, let's say again, look at the iPhone 11, that phone is probably going to be popular for a year, and if you created tips and tricks or a comprehensive camera guide, you may want to spend a little bit longer creating that video so that it's more useful to more viewers for a longer period of time. And that's where you might need to think along the lines of quality being more important than quantity of content. If you've watched any videos about YouTube growth, or indeed more courses in this academy, this is not the first time you will have heard this, and it certainly won't be the last. Channel focus is crucial to the success of your channel. Channel focus does come in many different forms and shapes and sizes, but ultimately, the goal of the channel is to deliver a similar message and value to your audience every single time they watch a video on your channel. and I'm going to give you 2 examples of why this is so important. And this is all to do with keywords. We've already talked about this magnificent channel, Tie Hole, and its videos that pretty much all start with how to tie a tie. You know exactly what you're going to get from that channel, and it has profited with tens of millions of views. Now take Marshmallow, a channel from a musician, a very popular musician, as we can see, 40 million subscribers. And you would expect that channel to have a lot of music content, and they do, and it's very successful. But for some strange reason, on a particular video, they decided to show their viewers how to tie a tie, the Windsor knot tie tutorial. And despite this channel having 40 million subscribers, this video, after a few weeks, has just 350,000 views. That's less than 1% of their subscriber base. Versus a channel that's all to do with how to tie a tie, which has 150,000 subscribers and a video with over 60 million views. That is the power of using keywords that are focused on your channel, becoming the thought leader, the ambassador, the go-to channel for particular keywords, rather than trying to be scattergun and choosing whatever keywords you want and thinking that you can just rank for it because you're a big channel or because you create the best content. It simply doesn't work like that. Now, I will accept that was a big numbers example, so let's go a little more considered, potentially where you are now in your current YouTube journey. Here we have a tech channel called Home Tech Reviews, and they were simply reviewing any tech products that they picked up. So it might be a smartwatch one day, then a smart home hub the next day, even a vacuum cleaner. But on one of the videos, this channel stumbled upon a new tablet called the Samsung Galaxy Tab S5e. If you want to consider that a keyword, you certainly can do. And this video for that channel went viral. 9,500 views, 10, 20 times more views than what they were doing before. And what this channel decided to do after that one successful video was pivot all of their content to the sole endeavor of doing more content on the Samsung Galaxy Tab S5e. And as you can see, the views went through the roof. 12,000, 4,000, 20,000. Even a video on how to use comic books on the tablet's very niche subject was far more popular than any of the other videos they were making because the root keyword. So far we've talked a lot about the theory of keywords and why you need channel focus and why keywords can help so much with getting YouTube to target your videos to the right audience. But let's now do something practical. Let's do some keyword research, and the best place to start with keyword research is the YouTube search page. Let's take a look. All right, let's go on an epic keyword journey using your best friend, the YouTube search bar. Even if you type in a very simple keyword such as how to, almost an auxiliary keyword for many phrases, YouTube will start to make suggestions. These are keywords that YouTube viewers are searching for today. That's why we get references to very trending topics such as Fortnite and the Galaxy skin in Fortnite. But of course, how to is a very broad keyword, so how could we narrow this down? Let's add a verb such as install. Now we are getting into a more technical landscape, which is all to do with construction or building something. We're very much in the instructional or tutorial area of YouTube. But of course, your channel and topic of interest is going to be very specific to one of these keywords. So let's look at how to install Windows 10. Now we have a pretty good broad keyword for computer tutorials. But again, look at how YouTube is encouraging you to dive even deeper into this topic. Remember, these are the topics people are searching for on YouTube. That's why YouTube is showing them to you. It thinks you want to know how to install a Windows on a new PC or on SSD or with a USB. So to dip your feet into the YouTube keyword bathtub, so to speak, you should always start with the search bar and see what autocomplete suggestions it's pushing your way for your topic of interest. Another thing you can try is the YouTube search keyword alphabet game. Once you have a keyword you're comfortable with, simply add one character to it and go through the alphabet. So how to make slime A or how to make slime B. and you'll get all sorts of interesting suggestions from YouTube that people are searching for. It's amazing how many long-tail keywords you can find doing this process to really help niche down and find a very specific topic that you're passionate about. Another tool you can use when it comes to the YouTube search bar is the underscore. Let me demonstrate. I'm going to type in cook rice, and as you will see, it starts to autocomplete keywords and phrases after the search term cook rice. But if I add underscore before cook rice and press space, it now tries to fill in predicted words before cook rice. And in this case, it's all how to, as you'd expect, with a instructional action. If I try something along the lines of NFL season, then add underscore, space, you can now see that the predictions are quite different. So you can also use this to refine your keyword searches both before the keyword that you put in the search term and afterwards. So I'm going to just delete that and then put in the underscore afterwards, press space, and as you can see, the search results refine themselves once again. So that's a general introduction to the YouTube search bar. Autocomplete is your friend. It's suggesting what people are searching for on YouTube for your particular keywords and keyword phrases, and you can start to build up a list from that to research and then make videos on that content. But that's just the YouTube search bar. How can vidIQ add some power tools to refine your searches even more? Let's take a look. All right, we're going to take a fairly general keyword here, which is how to make slime. And once you press enter and it shows you the YouTube search page, you're going to start to see some of the YouTube tools that we have. The first one we're going to look at is the subscriber count. Something I'm always interested in is whether a small channel is having an impact on a search term. And right here, how to make slime, we have 2 channels with less than 10,000 subscribers that have made an impact on this very broad and popular search term. If a channel with 1,000 subscribers is getting a video with 100,000 views, that tells me at some point in the past this keyword was ripe for making content about. Now, interestingly, the title of this video includes the word cheap, so maybe we can include that in our keyword search term, how to make cheap slime. You can notice here how the channel size overall changes from the top search rankings, but also the number of views as well. Now at this point we can riff on the keyword a little bit. Instead of searching for how to make cheap slime, how about searching for how to make slime on a budget? It means the same thing, it's just worded slightly differently. But who's searching for that search term? Now we have 3 relatively small channels making a huge impact in the world of how to make slime. And all they did was focus on a particular niche in that area, which was making slime on the cheap or on a budget. However, what this search term also indicates is that maybe the window of opportunity for this keyword has passed, since all of these videos are over 12 months old and are well established in this topic. What you're trying to find here are keywords of opportunity. Those are keywords or key phrases with the most search volume as possible versus keywords with as little video competition as possible on YouTube. This is the vidIQ keyword score, and it tries to simplify this task as much as possible. The higher the score, the juicier the keyword, but as you might expect, these things do not grow on trees, which is why it's so important to spend some time doing some keyword research. Anytime you see a number next to a video tag on YouTube once you have vidIQ installed, that's your keyword score. As you might expect, the potential of keywords can change very rapidly, but as a general rule of thumb, you want to be looking at keywords of a score of 50 or above. Now let's return to this keyword. At the time, it was very fresh, very new. And look at the top channels, 7,000 subscribers, 15,000 views, and the keyword score shows that there is still relatively low search volume, but very low competition. So it was a very juicy keyword. Now let's have a look at this keyword 2 or 3 weeks later. Search volume has increased significantly while the competition score has remained relatively flat, and this is quite a rare occurrence in YouTube. Now the landscape of the search results has changed as well. We've got a much larger channel now dominating the top of the search terms, but look at our second channel. This one has managed to maintain its presence in the search terms, and the view count has more than doubled, and subscriber count has increased significantly. So this channel has really benefited from this keyword. So these are the channels that are really having success with this keyword. What else can vidIQ tell us? Well, if you enable inline keywords, you can see all of the keyword phrases they're using in their video tags. Now, there is a healthy debate about whether or not video tags are important on YouTube anymore. We'll come back to that discussion later on, so do stick around for that. But if we click on one of these tags, what this does is launch the vidIQ keyword inspector. This will give you a mountain of information about the keyword selected, including the keyword score. This one seems even more juicier than the one that we were previously looking at, and importantly, interest over time, so we can see when keywords are trending. Now, let's return to the question of whether or not YouTube tags are important. Tags are all of these words and keyword phrases that you see in this list, and YouTube allows you to enter as many as 500 characters for tags on every single video that you make. Now, YouTube themselves have been stressing for at least a year now that tags aren't that important when it comes to search, metadata, and so on. They stress that the video title, the video thumbnail are far more important, description next, and then you should be spending at most 5% of your time on YouTube tags. However, that shouldn't stop you from doing the keyword research to understand exactly what viewers are searching for in your niche. And this is why this channel has so many different ways of essentially saying the same thing: how to boost frames per second on Fortnite in a particular season of the game. If you have more information to give to YouTube, they have more information to serve it to an audience to get more views. All right, one more super powerful vidIQ tool to tell you about, and a lot of people miss this one because it's found in the vidIQ Chrome extension button. So click on there, you'll see a range of options, and you want to select SEO tags. This brings you into the vidIQ web app, and you want the keyword research tab. Now, when you do a keyword search here, not only does it bring up all of the information that we saw on the YouTube search page, such as the search score, competition score, overall keyword score, but all of the related keywords as well. So through a combination of all our tools, you can not only find single keyword phrases of significance, but a whole bundle, the core, the template of keywords that you can use for an entire video series. And this takes a lot of pain out of the research. You can gather these words, determine which are the most valuable for your videos, and then include them in the video tags, video description, the most important ones in the video title. Essentially, all of these tools will help you build a rich list of keywords for the topics that you wish to cover on YouTube. So hopefully by now you've realized just how important keyword research is. The worst idea is to just make a video, throw it onto YouTube without any planning. By the time you start making your video, you should have a relatively good idea of what your title should be. So now we're going to look at that, how to apply all of these strategies into your YouTube metadata. Let's take a look. The best place to start for this is the YouTube Creators Academy. I will leave a link in the description. Here's what it says. It literally tells us in the Assess Discovery lesson that the best optimized video titles have important keywords at the front. It also tells us that video tags that are in order of relevance are important too. And here's me thinking that video tags didn't matter anymore. Another Creator Academy page worth checking out is the
Crazy Comedy. Sorry, I hope I didn't miss you coming in. I didn't see you.
To reinforce important keywords. The more you do in your titles and descriptions, and presumably video tags, the increased likelihood of YouTube surfacing those videos in search results. To put it simply, and as illustrated by Sean and Benji, our good friends over at Video Influencers, front load your video titles with keywords, include those same keywords in the first 2 lines of your description, and we'll get back to why in a second, and include them in your video tags and playlists as well. Give YouTube every opportunity to understand specifically what your content is about, and stick to it over a series of videos. Another important reason for having keywords at the very beginning of your video descriptions is because people can read this when they search for content. So try to think of the beginning of your description as if it were a classic tweet of 140 characters. Reinforce your keywords while still making it a readable sentence. Give an enticing reason for the viewer to click on your video, and don't waste space with links and calls to actions that will take the viewer away from your video. We're back into some vidIQ tools here, so once you have the Chrome extension installed, you can take a look at our SEO scorecard. And this can be found either on the video upload/editor page or on video watch pages. You want to pay close attention to the actionable aspect of this SEO scorecard. When you use strong keywords in your tags, titles, and descriptions and reinforce them throughout your metadata, your score will continue to increase, and you want to try and get to as close as 50 as possible. This gives your videos the best possible chance of flourishing on YouTube, and that's reflected by the performance score. When your keywords in your video tags start to rank highly and consistently, you will definitely see the rewards in your video views. And for all vidIQ Boost users, don't forget to scroll to the bottom of the video editor page and take advantage of our recommended tags tool. As you input keywords into your tags, titles and descriptions, we will advise on further tags you might want to use, but be selective. Choose the ones that really define your video content. To give you a bit more context as to what that means, here is a video that we did on how to delete a YouTube video in 2019. Now, you could argue that this video is about YouTube, or it's a tip or a trick or a YouTube tips and tricks, but a viewer is not interested in any of the broad terms. So we're not going to dance around the subject. We're going to tell our viewers exactly what this video is about through the title, through the descriptions, and then the tags as well. All of these tags or keywords or long tail phrases are simply riffing on that core concept of deleting a YouTube video. So don't worry about just having YouTube tips and tricks. Focus on exactly what your video is about to deliver the specific value that a viewer wants from your content. So you've done the keyword research, you've inserted it into your titles, descriptions, tags. Your videos are on YouTube and you're starting to gain views. How can you analyze the success? Here's a video that we did on how to delete a YouTube video in 2019. Now, you could argue that this video is about YouTube, or it's a tip or a trick or a YouTube tips and tricks, but a viewer is not interested in any of the broad terms. So we're not going to dance around the subject. We're going to tell our viewers exactly what this video is about through the title, through the descriptions, and then the tags as well. All of these tags or keywords or long tail phrases are simply riffing on that core concept of deleting a YouTube video. So don't worry about just having YouTube tips and tricks. Focus on exactly what your video is about to deliver the specific value that a viewer wants from your content. So you've done the keyword research, you've inserted it into your titles, descriptions, tags. Your videos are on YouTube and you're starting to gain views. How can you analyze the success of those videos? We've already seen from some of the vidIQ tools, especially the keywords tool and the video tags, that it will show you where your video ranks on YouTube for certain searches. But you've also got the channel audit tool, which will allow you to check where your views are coming from for particular search terms. Let's take a look. One of our most powerful tools is the channel audit button found on the left-hand side navigation bar once you've installed the vidIQ Chrome extension, and it'll give you a full report card on your channel 24/7. What we want to do here is scroll down to the section that says top search terms. This will show you all the traffic that's coming to your channel from keyword search terms on YouTube. And you can click on the view more button to see all of the traffic coming from keyword search terms, including views and watch time. Common sense will compel you to create more content on the keywords that are performing well for your channel. It's what we like to call the double down strategy. I am a great advocate of practicing what I preach when I make YouTube videos, and the vidIQ Academy is no exception. So what I want to show you now is a side project that I've been doing on the vidIQ channel throughout 2019, which is starting to give us real results. And it's all to do with keyword research and a unique opportunity that arose because of changes to the YouTube platform. Let me show you. So I hope you're all at least somewhat familiar with this screen, the channel dashboard on the new YouTube Studio. This is going to be your home for channel management, video management and analytics for a foreseeable future very soon. We're all used to the classic studio and the analytics and the screens look very different, but YouTube have been undergoing a massive overhaul for at least 2 years now, and soon this will be your only source of channel management and analytics. And because of that, a lot of things are changing for video creators. They've been used to uploading videos, managing videos, and looking at analytics in a completely different way for a very long time. So for some people, they've got to relearn how to use these systems. And that gave me a interesting idea about several videos that I can make over the course of 2019. Just take this as an example. Search page here of how to delete a YouTube video. Fairly simple task, but if you're a new creator, maybe you don't know how to do it. And at the very top of the list here is a video that has over 1 million views. How to delete a YouTube video, very specific, pretty much a keyword sentence there. But this was how to do it in the old studio. And I thought, what if I made a video for the new studio before anyone else? And that's exactly what I did at the start of this year. How to delete YouTube videos 2019. So we added relevancy, and this is how to do it now. The old method in the top ranked video is soon going to be unavailable. So now with us ranked number 2, what we hope is that when YouTube switch off the Classic Studio, we'll go to the top of the search rankings. And it was a very simple video to make. And you've already seen the video details for this one, which are here. And we just did some keyword research. We looked at the tags that were already on YouTube. We took them, we updated some of them, added 2019, but kept it all relevant to how to delete a YouTube video. And because of that, it has over 250,000 views now. So we had a single successful video on a beginner tutorial. But you know what? There are a lot of things changing in the new studio. Everything is changing. So theoretically, I could go through the entire list of tasks that are relatively simple to do but have changed in the new studio and make updated tutorials, which is exactly what I've been doing over 2019. Take this as an example. How to add subtitles to YouTube videos 2019. Again, this has changed in the new studio, so we were the first ones to create a new video on a topic, and now that ranks number 1 in the search rankings with nearly 250,000 views. And the video details are very similar to how to delete a YouTube video. We did the research to get all of these keyword phrases, we updated a couple of them, and because we have that list, it's relatively simple to add these to the tags, but also to the title and the video description as well. And you know what? We've repeated that with all sorts of videos. Here is another one that is how to hide your subscriber count. In fact, something that you really want to do on your videos. This has around about 40,000 views. And you can see again all of the keyword research we did. We've added them to the tags. But the important thing is that we did the research first. So we had all of these phrases, and it just takes a couple of minutes to add it into the tags, but as well, we add it to the titles and the descriptions. Now, this is what the end result has been of all of this work. If we click on Analytics in the new studio, and we go to the See More section here, we've created a group of some of these beginner videos that we've been doing throughout 2019. And this group here has all of the videos that we've been making over 2019 that are to do with relearning how to do tasks in the new studio. And we'll just sort this list by 2019. And now, as you can see, these have generated almost 800,000 views over the course of 2019. It's really simple stuff. How to add subtitles, how to delete a YouTube video, how to create a playlist, how to hide your YouTube subscribers, how to check who's subscribed to your YouTube channel. These sort of things that people are just intrigued on how to do when they are video creators and they're learning all of the processes. And because everything's changed in that area, it's provided us with a unique opportunity to be first, using all of the keyword phrases and sentences and getting those videos out there so that when people need to find out how to do these things, they're naturally going to come to vidIQ as a first port of call. This is our niche, helping creators grow their channels, and this falls directly into our remit, and this is why we've been doing it. And as you can see, we've profited with nearly 1 million views, and we're going to continue to do that. And another cool thing about this content is that not only are we one of the first channels on YouTube to have this information, it's information that's going to last for years, evergreen content. So what you find with these types of videos is that they may start off relatively slowly because there is some interest in the videos, but not that much. But the interest is constant. And as YouTube identifies your content hopefully as the best on YouTube, and as you rise up the search rankings, and this content becomes more relevant, you'll see your graphs for those videos go up and to the right, to the point where sometimes you're getting more views per day than the very first day you launched a video when usually video velocity is so important. It's almost reverse engineering the way that views should work on YouTube content. And that's how we, over the course of 2019, have generated nearly 1 million views on around about 10 videos on this project, and we want to do more in 2020. So, as we do with all of vidIQ Academy courses, let's summarize what we have learned together. You now know what keywords generally are and how YouTube uses those keywords to help surface the right videos in front of the people who are searching for the content they want to see. You have been introduced to or reminded of one of the core principles of any successful YouTube channel, and that is to niche down. Know exactly who your video should be for and make sure that you use keywords related to that topic in all of the content that you present to YouTube. Together, we have learned that the number one friend you have in keyword research is the YouTube search bar, and how to use it, and how to use the YouTube search page along with vidIQ tools to start creating a list of keywords that are going to be related to your topics. We started to look at how we will introduce those keywords into our metadata, that's titles, tags, and descriptions, and how to analyze the success of those videos that are using keywords. And you've seen numerous examples of how channels are using keywords to not only get views for their videos, but to grow their channel overall. Now remember, these are the basics of keyword research, but there's already a lot in this course for you to digest. You still have to think about how you're going to use these keywords in titles, along with creating something that is intriguing and has an emotional trigger that will convince the viewer to click. And there's a lot more keyword research we can look into with even more vidIQ tools. So stick around for the advanced version of keyword research, which will be on the Academy already, if not very soon. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of your video making day.
Dun, 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 dun. Let's go back to me while I work out something else to look at. Get me out of here. I'm taking a test.
So far, we've talked a lot about the theory of...
We've done that, sir. We're done. History learning.
of keywords and why you need channel focus and why keywords can help so much with getting YouTube to target your videos to the right audience. But let's now do something practical. Let's do some keyword research, and the best place to start with keyword research is the YouTube search page. Let's take a look.
Alright, let's go on an epic keyword journey using your best friend, the YouTube search bar. Even if you type in a very simple keyword such as how to, almost an auxiliary keyword for many phrases, YouTube will start to make suggestions. These are keywords that YouTube viewers are searching for today. That's why we get references to very trending topics such as Fortnite and the Galaxy skin in Fortnite. But of course, how to is a very broad keyword, so how could we narrow this down? Let's add a verb such as install. Now we are getting into a more technical landscape, which is all to do with construction or building something. We're very much in the instructional or tutorial area of YouTube. But of course, your channel and topic of interest is going to be very specific to one of these keywords, so let's look at how to install Windows 10. Now we have a pretty good broad keyword for computer tutorials. But again, look at how YouTube is encouraging you to dive even deeper into this topic. Remember, these are the topics people are searching for on YouTube. That's why YouTube is showing them to you. It thinks you want to know how to install a Windows on a new PC or on SSD or with a USB. So to dip your feet into the YouTube keyword bathtub, so to speak, you should always start with the search bar and see what autocomplete suggestions it's pushing your way for your topic of interest. Another thing you can try is the YouTube search keyword alphabet game. Once you have a keyword you're comfortable with, simply add one character to it and go through the alphabet. So how to make slime A or how to make slime B, and you'll get all sorts of interesting suggestions from YouTube that people are searching for. It's amazing how many long-tail keywords you can find doing this process to really help niche down and find a very specific topic that you're passionate about. Another tool you can use when it comes to the YouTube search bar is the underscore. Let me demonstrate. I'm going to type in cook rice, and as you will see, it starts to autocomplete keywords and phrases after the search term cook rice. But if I add an underscore before cook rice and press space, it now tries to fill in predicted words before cook rice. And in this case, it's all how to, as you'd expect, with a instructional action. If I try something along the lines of NFL season, then add underscore, space, you can now see that the predictions are quite different. So you can also use this to refine your keyword searches both before the keyword that you put in the search term and afterwards. So I'm going to just delete that and then put in the underscore afterwards, press space, and as you can see, the search results refine themselves once again. So that's a general introduction to the YouTube search bar. Autocomplete is your friend. It's suggesting what people are searching for on YouTube for your particular keywords and keyword phrases, and you can start to build up a list from that to research and then make videos on that content. But that's just the YouTube search bar. How can vidIQ add some power tools to refine your searches even more? Let's take a look. All right, we're going to take a fairly general keyword here, which is how to make slime. And once you press enter and it shows you the YouTube search page, you're going to start to see some of the YouTube tools that we have. The first one we're going to look at is the subscriber count. Something I'm always interested in is whether a small channel is having an impact on a search term. And right here, how to make slime, we have 2 channels with less than 10,000 subscribers that have made an impact
on this very broad and popular search term. If a channel with 1,000 subscribers is getting a video with 100,000 views, that tells me at some point in the past this keyword was ripe for making content about. Now, interestingly, the title of this video includes the word cheap, so maybe we can include that in our keyword search term, how to make cheap slime. You can notice here how the channel size overall changes from the top search rankings, but also the number of views.
What the heck just happened there? Done, done, done. Time is it? So it's 5 o'clock. That'd be 8 hours.
While views, subscribers, watch time, and all of those numbers represent the big picture of your YouTube channel, individual comments represent how a person watching your content has been impacted by it. So they are crucially important. You want your videos to generate a conversation amongst your community. You want to provide value to your audience to such an extent that they reply with a simple thank you or tell you how your content has inspired them to do productive with their own life. Really, you can have those types of messages when you start creating content on a regular basis and build up an audience. So it's important to look at those YouTube comments and manage them. When you first start your channel, you should respond to every single comment that you can, even if it is a simple thank you or asking a question back to the viewer. Keep them engaged. The fact that they've taken the time to write a comment to you is so important to them that when you reply, they have an immense feeling of pride and satisfaction and encouragement that you've taken the time to read their comments and reply back to them. With all that being said, on the YouTube Creator Studio, if you click on the comments link down the left-hand side, this is going to show you all of your comments for your entire YouTube channel, no matter where they come from, whether it be videos, community posts, YouTube stories. We'll look at these tabs a little bit later on. The first thing I want to look at is the filter here. When you first go to this comment screen, YouTube will show you all of the comments you as a creator haven't responded to yet, because it assumes that you want to engage with people that currently have no engagement on them. So if you wanted to respond to comments whereby you've already made a reply and then perhaps they've replied back to you, you would need to take this filter off. There are more filters here though. For example, you could search for comments that contain certain keyword phrases. Maybe that's coming up a lot in your videos. If you sort by containing a question, this will probably hunt out where there are question marks in comments, or if they're asking a question such as how do I, or where do I go, and so on. Also, you can filter by showing your public subscribers. So maybe you want to prioritize, if you're getting too many comments, you want to prioritize by the people who have subscribed to your channel, so you know that they have invested in your channel. or those who are members on your channel. That's if you have channel memberships. And finally, you can sort by how many subscribers a channel has got. So let's say we want to filter by all those channels that have at least 10,000 subscribers or more. Again, maybe if you're getting a lot of comments and you need to prioritize who you're going to respond to first, you might look at the channels which have more subscribers because obviously they perhaps have a little more influence, but you can do this however you want. And vidIQ will show you the subscriber count, the precise subscriber count next to all of those channels. So we can see here, there's a lot of channels here on vidIQ that responded in the last 24 hours that have a significant number of subscribers that we may want to respond to first. Underneath every single comment you receive, you will have a range of options, although it does depend on where the comment was received. For example, at the very top here, we have a comment from a YouTube story. These are small video clips that you can record watching your content has been impacted by it. So they are crucially important. You want your videos to generate a conversation amongst your community. You want to provide value to your audience to such an extent that they reply with a simple thank you or tell you how your content has inspired them to do something productive with their own life. Really, you can have those types of messages when you start creating content on a regular basis and build up an audience. So it's important to look at those YouTube comments and manage them. When you first start your channel, you should respond to every single comment that you can, even if it is a simple thank you or asking a question back to the viewer. Keep them engaged. The fact that they've taken the time to write a comment to you is so important to them that when you reply, they have an immense feeling of pride and satisfaction and encouragement that you've taken the time to read their comments and reply back to them. With all that being said, on the YouTube Creator Studio, if you click on the comments link down the left-hand side, this is going to show you all of your comments for your entire YouTube channel, no matter where they come from, whether it be videos, community posts, YouTube stories. We'll look at these tabs a little bit later on. The first thing I want to look at is the filter here. When you first go to this comment screen, YouTube will show you all of the comments you as a creator haven't responded to yet because it assumes that you want to engage with people that currently have no engagement on them. So if you wanted to respond to comments whereby you've already made a reply and then perhaps they've replied back to you, you would need to take this filter off. There are more filters here though. For example, you could search for comments that contain certain keyword phrases. Maybe that's coming up a lot in your videos. If you sort by containing a question, this will probably hunt out where there are question marks in comments, or if they're asking a question such as how do I or where do I go and so on. Also, you can filter by showing your public subscribers. So maybe you want to prioritize, if you're getting too many comments, you want to prioritize by the people who have subscribed to your channel, so you know that they have invested in your channel, or those who are members on your channel. That's if you have channel memberships. And finally, you can sort by how many subscribers a channel has got. So let's say we want to filter by all those channels that have at least 10,000 subscribers or more. Again, maybe if you're getting a lot of comments and you need to prioritize who you're going to respond to first, you might look at the channels which have more subscribers because obviously they perhaps have a little more influence, but you can do this however you want. And vidIQ will show you the subscriber count, the precise subscriber count next to all of those channels. So we can see here, there's a lot of channels here on vidIQ that responded in the last 24 hours that have a significant number of subscribers that we may want to respond to first. Underneath every single comment you receive, you will have a range of options, although it does depend on where the comment was received. For example, at the very top here, we have a comment from a YouTube story. These are small video clips that you can record on mobile, very similar to Instagram stories. But with YouTube stories, you as a creator cannot reply to them through text. You would have to reply with another story. With community posts, you can reply directly here. And you also have these extra options, including giving a comment a like or giving the comment a heart. And this is where YouTube will notify the commenter that the creator has hearted the comment. So it's kind of like an extra little bonus, a real thank you for posting the comments. And through the 3 dots, you can also do more comment management, such as removing a comment. YouTube will notify the commenter that the creator has hearted the comment. So it's kind of like an extra little bonus, a real thank you for posting the comments. And through the 3 dots, you can also do more comment management, such as removing a comment, reporting it. Hiding the user will mean that you never see comments from that commenter again, although they still will be able to watch your videos. And then these ones we've already seen at the bottom here, when you were looking at live streams, you can always approve comments or add this person as a comment moderator to look after your comments. Now, as your channel begins to grow and you get a lot more comments, or you get questions about the same thing over and over again, it can be either tiresome or very difficult to manage all of these comments. And this is where vidIQ has an awesome tool. Let's just take this very simple one here from a person who said thanks. With the vidIQ button here, what we've done is set up comment templates, whereby instead of having to type out the same thing over and over again, we can choose a template response. And although it's not as good as giving a commenter a personal response, at least you're spending the time that you have available to you as efficiently as possible to reply to as many people as possible. So we're going to scroll down here, and one that I like to use here is a quick no problem, which automatically puts in the username for the creator, and then I click insert reply, and that automatically populates the reply section there. And that's it, done. Now obviously it's taken me about 30 seconds to explain that, but once you've set these templates up, you can be responding to comments very, very quickly. And just to give you a flavor of the type of stuff that we've used as comment templates, we get a lot of questions about how to get 1,000 subscribers, so we already have some videos set up for that. We get a lot of questions about monetization and 4,000 hours of watch time, so again we have all of these answers set up. To create one of these templates, we click new, we give it a name, and then we'll say something like thanks. And as you can see here with the hints, the username, that ensures that when we reply to somebody, it actually includes the channel username. All that's set up, and now I can use that for this person. I'm not going to exactly say this, but if I wanted to, that's how I would reply. Simple as that. One of my favorite tools. It has saved me probably hundreds of hours of comment reply time throughout the many years that I've been creating videos and responding to comments. Okay, let's have a look at the tabs at the top. These are comments that YouTube thinks you don't want on your channel. And as you can see, we have 70,000 comments in total here, and we're not going to be able to check all of them. But to give you an idea of what's held in each of these, likely spam is where YouTube is trying to predict what comments it thinks are just spam and are not going to be helpful to anyone. And you get a lot of these, such as somebody subbing to anyone, sub back, that type of thing. Subs us, our team, sub me back, all that sort of stuff, sub for sub and so on. Occasionally though, YouTube does get this wrong. This channel here, for example, seems to be posting a fairly legitimate comment about something we've asked in the community tab, and we want that in the community tab. So we're going to approve this and put it into that pot. But for us to go through all of these comments, it's just not practical. So just manage it as best you can. Held for review, these are the comments that have been held because they contain inappropriate language or comments that you've added to your channel settings, keywords and phrases that you want to be held automatically in held for review. I would click on this tab, but you'd likely see a lot of horrible, saucy, inappropriate language. Go to your channel, click there, and you'll see why. But if you need to review any of them, do check that tab. Okay, just a couple more things I want to point out about comments. We are on the channel comments section here, so it's showing all of the comments from all of our videos. If we wanted to go to our most recently published video, then if you go to the dashboard where it shows you your latest upload, there is a shortcut link here which will take you to the comments just for that particular video. Or if we go back to the channel dashboard and then click on videos to list all of our videos on our channel, if you remember, if you mouse over, you see some icons
And so let's just go down to one of the videos where we definitely have some comments. We'll click on the comments icon there, and it will take me to all of the comments for that particular video. If you want to focus on just one video that's bringing in a lot of comments for a particular discussion that you want to get involved in. That is comments and how to manage them on your YouTube channel. But if you can see down the left-hand side here, we still have a few more options to go through, and we'll wrap all of them up in the next lesson. I'll see you then.
Subtitles, copyright, monetization, and all this. I'll come back to you. Stand by. Because I'm going to try that channel thing first. So, to A, to studio. Let's go comments. Never been saw that sucker. Comment templates. Wow. Hint username. Let's try this. So we get thanks. Fucker. Alright, Mr. vidIQ, I'm doing something wrong.
Give it a name,
and then we'll say something like thanks. And as you can see here with the hint, the username, that ensures that when we reply to somebody, it actually includes the channel username. All that's set up, and now I can use that for this person. I'm not going to exactly say this, but if I wanted to, that's how I would reply. Simple as that. One of my favorite tools. It has saved me probably hundreds of hours of includes the channel username. All that's set up, and now I can use that for this person. I'm not going to exactly say this, but if I wanted to, that's how I would reply. Simple as that. One of my favorite tools. It is safe. All that's set up, and now I can use that for this person. I'm not going to exactly say this, but if I wanted to, that's how I would reply. Simple as that. One of my favorite tools. It has saved me probably hundreds of hours.
Why can I not do? How to manage YouTube comments.
To that's how I int the username. That ensures that when we reply to somebody, it actually includes the channel username. All that's set up, and now I can use that for this person. I'm not going to exactly say this, but if I wanted to, that's the channel username. All that's set up, and now I can use that for this person. I'm not going to exactly say this, but if I wanted to, that's how I would reply.
What the fuck am I doing wrong?
response to the same comments? Let's take an example. Using vidIQ's comment filter tool, we're going to look for any comments that contain the phrase work, because a lot of people are saying something won't work, doesn't work, or can't work. The thing is, we already have a video to respond to these comments, so by using vidIQ's comment templates tool, we can set up a template response and use it over and over again. The comment template button sits next to YouTube's reply button, and when you press it, this window will pop up. On the left side are the comment templates, and on the right side we have the text response. When you click new, a second window will pop up where you name your template and add some text. Note that you can add a personal touch to your responses by copying this syntax into your message, which will be replaced by the username of the commenter. Once finished, simply press the create button and then click back on the vidIQ button, and there you have a new template response that you can edit, delete, or drop straight into the reply box. As you can see, the reply includes the name of the poster, and by spending a couple of extra seconds creating the template, we can now potentially save hours in the future not having to write out the same old thing every time we want to reply to the same old comment. We hope this makes your YouTube life just a little bit easier, so don't forget to let us know what you think about our latest free tool. And if you want more helpful tools and analytical video information like this, then vidIQ is the software for you. It's like YouTube's best friend. We have amazing tools such as individual video scorecards, social media analytics, and video tools to help you copy cards and annotations, create thumbnails, and even post your YouTube videos directly to Facebook. It's free to join, so head on over to the website to start YouTubing the smart way.
We can log out of Chrome and back in. Let's try that.
So, how do you optimize the metadata of your YouTube videos so that your tags look like this and you appear on the first page of keyword search terms irrespective of channel size? Well, that's what we're going to deep dive on right now.
This is effing bizarre.
So far in the new Creator Studio, we've looked at channel settings, video content management, and analytics. We have a few more tools that we need to look at, and I'm going to encompass all of them in this final lesson. There are two sections that I want to look at briefly because they are not covered yet by the new studio. If I click on the links, it takes me out to the old studio. One of those is playlists. This is where you can manage all of the playlists on your YouTube channel, as you can see them listed. If I click the edit button to the right here, it allows me to edit the playlist title or the description, each of the videos in the playlist. If I mouse over, there are three dots to the right hand side. I can click on that and it allows me to remove the video from a playlist, move it to the bottom or the top of a list, or set that video's thumbnail as the playlist thumbnail. And then these notches on the right hand side, if I click, it allows me to drag and put the video in a list wherever I want to put it. The other tool is the audio library. If you don't have any access to music and sound effects and you're on a very tight budget, then YouTube's audio library.
Alrighty, lovely. Screwed up again. Video share, host, playback control, media source, Chrome window 2. That's bizarre behavior, but okay, I can deal with it.
So far in the new Creator Studio, we've looked at channel settings, video content management, and analytics. We have a few more tools that we need to look at, and I'm going to encompass all of them in this final lesson. There are two sections that I want to look at briefly because they are not covered yet by the new studio. If I click on the links, it takes me out to the old studio. One of those is playlists. This is where you can manage all of the playlists on your YouTube channel, as you can see them listed. If I click the edit button to the right here, it allows me to edit the playlist title or the description, each of the videos in the playlist. If I mouse over, there are three dots to the right hand side. I can click on that and it allows me to remove the video from a playlist, move it to the bottom or the top of a list, or set that video's thumbnail as the playlist thumbnail. And then these notches on the right hand side, if I click, it allows me to drag and put the video in a list wherever I want to put it. The other tool is the audio library. If you don't have any access to music and sound effects and you're on a very tight budget, then YouTube's audio library gives you all of this stuff for free, and you can be safe in the knowledge that you won't get any copyright claims or strikes against any of these sound effects or music. There's filters here to sort by how you want to look at different music, and the sound effect tab is up here as well, so you can peruse for all of this, download what you need, and then use it in your videos. One more thing that you need to check on here is the attribution. If I sort by attribution required, that means that if you do use this music, then when I click on the track, it asks you to add this text into the video description, just so that you've correctly given the credit to the artist who created the music. Let's check out subtitles now. You've already seen a little bit how this works on in the top of a list, or set that listed. If I click the in this final lesson, there are two sections that I want to look at briefly because they are not covered yet by the new studio. If I click on the links, it takes me out to the old studio. One of those is playlists. This is where you can manage all of the playlists on your YouTube channel, as you can see them listed. If I click the edit button to the right here, it allows me to edit the playlist title or the description, each of the videos in the playlist. If I mouse over,
there are 3 dots to the right hand side. I can click on that and it allows me to remove the video from a playlist, move it to the bottom or the top of a list, or set that video's thumbnail as the playlist thumbnail. And then these notches on the right hand side, if I click, it allows me to drag and put the video in the list wherever I want to put it. The other tool is the audio library. If you don't have any access to music and sound effects and you're on a very tight budget, then YouTube's audio library gives you all of this stuff for free, and you can be safe in the knowledge that you won't get any copyright claims or strikes against any of these sound effects or music. There's filters here to sort by how you want to look at different music, and the sound effect tab is up here as well. So you can peruse for all of this, download what you need, and then use it in your videos. One more thing that you need to check on here is the attribution. If I sort by attribution required, that means that if you do use this music, then when I click on the track, it asks you to add this text into the video description, just so that you've correctly given the credit to the artist who created the music. And the sound effect tab is up here as well. So you can peruse for all of this, download what you need, and then use it in your videos. One more thing that you need to check on here is the attribution. If I sort by attribution required, that means that if you do use this music, then when I click on the track, it asks you to add this text into the video description, just so that you've correctly given the credit to the artist who created the music. Let's check out subtitles now. You've already seen a little bit how this works on individual videos, but here is the channel level of subtitles for both title and description and the captions on the videos. For any of the videos listed here, you can click on the chevron and it will tell you whether it's been published in a language for title, description, or captions. Where you're most likely to want to go here is the community section, because this is where viewers will actually submit their translations for you to accept and publish on your videos. For example, this one here, how to translate your video into any language. We've had all sorts of submissions in all sorts of languages, which is fantastic to see our community doing this. So what we would do is go to a particular language, let's say French, and they've submitted some subtitles which are in review. So I'm going to click on Edit in Classic Studio. It does take you out to the Classic Studio right now. And you can see here the translation and then Google's auto-translate to make sure that it does, for you, who obviously doesn't understand the language, is able to follow where it's going. And what I usually do is scroll from the top to the bottom and just make sure that all of the captions have been filled in some way and they do seem to follow the original language. And when I'm happy with that, I can either say needs more work or click publish. I'm happy to publish this video in French, and there will be a pop-up now, I believe, which will ask me whether or not I want to translate the title and description as well. And I can do that, and it can auto-translate that as well, which is fantastic. So there we are. A video that we made in English is now available in translated form for the title, description, and also the subtitles as well. So definitely something to check out when you start to build up a community. And remember, when you have a global audience, you may have a majority of native speakers in a particular language that you make the original video format in, but if you want to assist people all across the world, this is where you would start to do it. Let's move on to copyright, a big topic as always on YouTube, how to protect your content from copyright and what you should do if there is a copyright claim against your content. First of all, let's look at how you protect your own videos. If you are part of the YouTube Partner Program, you've monetized your channel, you should have access to this copyright tool. And what this does is list all of the cases where YouTube has found your videos to be seen in somebody else's content. Now, for us, we have lots of examples of this because we have the vidIQ en Español channel who do voiceover of our content, but according to YouTube, I think because it just looks at the visuals, it's saying that there are 100% matches, and all it's doing here at the moment is informing you. So it's not taking any action. Down the right hand side here, if you mouse over, then it gives you the option to move to archive, which means that you're fine with this, you haven't got a problem, or you can take this seriously and request a video removal, or you can be a little more negotiable with this and maybe send the original channel a message to say, hey, I've seen you using my copyright content, I just want to check why you've done this, or however you want to sort it out. One of the videos down here is from a channel I've never heard of, Tech India, and according to this, 30% of their video contains our content, so I guess our copyrighted content. So in this case, we may want to send them a message, or we may want to request a removal. If maybe they're using our content to promote vidIQ, we'd be perfectly happy with that. But if they're maybe taking our name in vain, or they're really using the content and profiting from it, then obviously you might want to take stronger action. So this is the copyright tool, and you've got all of these tabs here. Like, these will be where you manage your messages when you send them to people. This is where you've archived the videos that you're happy with, and removal requests and all of that stuff to manage over there. Now, on the other side of the fence, if you have content that has got a copyright claim against it, you would go to the video section of your channel, and then you would click on filters, and it would be copyright claims, and this will sort out all of the videos that have copyright claims against them. So we've got a couple here where we maybe used a sound effect or a tiny bit of a music clip, and YouTube's identified that, and these are all copyright claims, so the channel's not in any trouble necessarily, but it may have impacts on your monetization, as you can see here, saying that we're ineligible for all of these things. What you would do is mouse over the copyright claim, click see details, and then it would give you a broader discussion and information about how it affects the channel, it's not affecting the channel, how it affects visibility, so in this case it's not seeable in 2 blocked territories here, which are Australia and New Zealand, and it means monetization is ineligible. Down at the bottom here, we can actually take action and fix this. So for example, we could trim out the segments where it includes the copyright, or we could try and replace the copyrighted sound or music with other music, or we could just simply mute that section of the video, or we could dispute it if we think that the copyright has been made in error. But you always want to be absolutely certain that you have good copyright claim dispute for that, because eventually you could see yourself in court fighting this one way or the other, but of course those are very extreme cases. So to manage copyright claims against you, you would go to your videos and then sort by copyright claims, and to manage the cases where your copyright is being used by someone else, you go to the copyright tool right here. For most creators, and understandably so, it all comes down to earning money on your channel. And if you are part of the YouTube Partner Program, you will have your own dedicated monetization screen. This is not generally the place to manage adverts and AdSense on individual videos. You can do that through the videos link, and of course we also have the full Academy course on that here. You would manage more general things, as you can see in the tabs at the top. Merchandising is where you can set up a merchandising shop with one of the YouTube providers and then sell merch. Many creators will want to do this outside of YouTube to get different commission rates, but if you do it tied into the YouTube system, then you may find that you have mugs and t-shirts with all of your logos to sell there. That is quite an involved process, and it requires integration, so I would check out YouTube's help on how to do it specifically for the different types of merchandising stores that are available. Memberships are for creators who I think have more than 30,000 subscribers and have been invited into this project, and it's kind of similar to Patreon, where you can have paid tiers of service. For example, a creator may put a membership fee of $5 on their channel, and when viewers pay for that, they may get exclusive access to videos that you put up only for your members, or live stream Q&As or community posts that again only those people can see. Supers is your super chat area of YouTube. When you do live streams, people can donate through comments and actually send you a dollar amount, as we do on our live streams very often.
You would want to make sure that these 2 tabs here are ticked, and then you'll get a rundown here of who have recently given you super chats and the message they contain. Some people will have access to fundraisers, and this is where you can join or create a fundraiser which allows you to put messages on your videos and for people to donate directly to that cause. Just as an example, we have currently set up fundraising for the COVID Solidarity Response Fund, and some of our videos already display a message down the right hand side which allows viewers to donate. And finally, FameBit is where there might be sponsors and brands who want you as a creator or an influencer in your space to receive their products and do reviews, promote them. And this is where you would sign up and you would pitch your marketing ideas to brands, and then they would pay some money, maybe ship goods to you, and then you can promote them on your videos. So like I say, this section here isn't necessarily to do with the money that you earn from your videos. It's all of these side incomes that can really rack up a lot more than AdSense when you get deep into it. And that is it when it comes to YouTube Creator Studio tools. The rest of the features down the left-hand navigation bar are all vidIQ tools, and these are covered extensively in Liron's complete beginner's guide to using vidIQ, which you can find here at the Academy. But there is one thing I want to show you, and that is from our channel audit tool. I went through all of these analytics in terms of how your videos are performing, but what we didn't look at was the very end section, which gives you a general overview of your videos in terms of title length, whether the videos are in playlists or not, and the SEO score, which we've looked at on individual videos. But right down at the bottom here is a section called items to improve on, and this is where we've identified that you've maybe forgot to do some things that you would often do with your videos. For example, there is a panel here which I find really useful: videos not added to playlists. Every video really should be in at least one playlist on your channel. Otherwise, what is the video doing on your channel? It may not be connected content. If I click here, it lists all of those videos that are not in playlists. And I should fix that now. And how I do that is by clicking on the edit button here next to the video, which automatically takes me to the video details page for that video, which means that I can go down to the playlist section here, and I believe this video is about monetization when it comes to the coronavirus or COVID-19, and we already have a playlist for that. So I tick that the video should be inserted in that playlist, done, save, and that is a very quick fix for a problem I had with one of my videos, and I could go through the rest of the list here on the channel audit screen. So really quick way to fix those annoying little things that you may have missed elsewhere as you're managing your channel.
Sally at my learning quiz. Let's keep going. What do I need to use too when I use music from YouTube's All Live?
First of all, let me say thank you to you for going through the entire course. It was admittedly a long one. As you can see, I've changed my shirt several times, but there is a lot to get through when it comes to...
Well, there's a lot to get through.
Sadie. Hey. Man, we're here. We're here for the training. What's up, everyone? Sean Cannell here. I'm so fired up for this training. Hey, drop where you're watching from in the live chat. If you happen to be here on the replay, let me know in the Facebook comments down below. But man, it's crazy to see Katie here, David DB. Let's have Fife, Tiffany, Martin, Tom. Man, we got Pasadena, California, Florida, Mexico with Alejandro here. Man, we got Catherine in the house, Wet Paint. Where are you watching from? Hello, Dr. Sadia. What is up? My chair spins. Palm Springs, California. We got Tokyo. Good to see you. Bless up, Jason. Thanks for being here. Hey, if you're watching this on the replay, it's a very limited training. And we're only leaving it up for a little less than 36 hours. And so definitely watch it as soon as possible and stick with me to the end. We've got some really cool stuff that I've never shared in a web class like this before. So get ready to take notes. But we got Massachusetts here, New Mexico. We got SoCal. We got Nourishing Noble ASMR from San Diego. Man, I love it there. Sonia and I want to retire there. We got Jill Erb, San Juan Islands, Washington. My wife and I got married on top of Mount Constitution looking over the San Juan Islands. Small world. We've been married 15 years now. We got the Philippines. Good to see you, Venture. Hey, I want to get right into this content because I've got so much value prepared for you today. And so let's do it. If we're just meeting, my name's Sean Cannell.